Is why I'm Lea Ubaga. The parents of 21 students who died in a fire tragedy at Hillside Primary School, Nyeri County, will have to wait for a month before burying their children. This is because the steps that will be taken. This step comes after the DNA examination started yesterday at Nairobi Hospital Level 5, with the Central Region Coordinator P.S. Murugu announcing that all 164 students who were in the burnt dormitory have been accounted for. In a press conference, Murugu, along with Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, have confirmed that the parents of the deceased students have already provided DNA samples to help with the identification.
And the team which was tracing right from the scene there, especially our Red Cross team, the national government team, especially the chiefs, were with that Red Cross team, and we have been able to account for everybody. All the parents have been reached.
Zingatia sana kufunguliwa kwa shule ile, kwa sababu kuna wanafunzi ambao watafanya mtihani wa darasa la 6 kufikia tarehe 28 mwezi huu. Basi kuna haja kwa haraka sana tuweze kujaribu kufungua shule ile.
The fire, the cause of which has not been determined so far, caused the death of 21 students in the Endarasha school. The High Court has found Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli guilty of disobeying court orders. Justice Lawrence Mugambi said impunity and open defiance cannot be allowed, and those hell-bent won't find refuge. Masengeli was required to appear in court yesterday to explain the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of 3 people in Kitengela. Former LSK President Nelson Havi asked Justice Lawrence Mugambi to commit Masengeli to civil jail for a period of 6 months for defying the orders.
And 2, to sentence the holder of that office to the highest permissible penal consequence. And if 6 months is the highest permissible penal consequence, it must be cumulative for the 5 orders hitherto disobeyed. And fundamentally, my lord, this is not a personal office. It is a public office. So that as you convict and sentence, my lord ought to make a declaration of violation of the Constitution.
Chief State Counsel Charles Matinda, on the other hand, told the court that there was no basis for conviction of the acting IG, further stating that he was in Wajir, hence unable to appear in court. Masengeli will know his fate on Friday this week. A court in Nakuru has suspended warrants of arrest that had been issued against Uasin Gishu Governor Jonathan B. and his former deputy John Barorot. The warrants had been issued after the two failed to appear to testify in a case in which Senator Jackson Madago is charged with 3 others over the 1 billion shillings Finland education fiasco. Senior Principal Magistrate Peter Ndege issued the warrants when the case came up for hearing. However, the governor's lawyers, led by Bernard Kipngetich, later went back to court and convinced the magistrate to suspend the arrest orders. He said the governor did not defy court orders but was held up, and that the county boss was ready to fully cooperate with the court. And finally, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua says that the government has initiated a plan to increase funding for drought-stricken counties. Speaking in Nairobi, Gachagua said that this will enable the counties to address the challenges associated with the effects of climate change.
We are pumping in resources to the 10 counties of West Pokot, Turkana, Samburu, Isiolo, Marsabit, Tana River, Lamu, Garissa, Wajir, and Mandera to ignite, stimulate, and sustain socio-economic projects of building resilience in the face of adversity, fueled mostly by climate change. The conception and implementation of these projects aligns with the focus of the Ruto administration, which was elected on the promise of improving the lives of the people at the bottom of the socio-economic pyramid.
Gachagua stressed the importance of every citizen being empowered to contribute towards building the nation.
It is part of monitoring process of ensuring that we are on course to meeting the ultimate goal of enabling and target communities contribute to development of our nation. As the senior ranks of government, we are here to review and the status of our investment and reach the discussions on emerging concerns and receive inclusive insights in our pursuit to ensure that we leave no one behind in the Kenya we want and desire.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you are sentenced, you are sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside.
Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
Oh, right.
Oh, okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping up. You know my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man.
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they've been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
3, 2.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Sasa baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot? Iscariot.
Yes.
He's the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, it's Tuesday. What's happening on the streets? Yesterday was crazy with traffic. Let's have an idea of what it's going to look like today. Not much coming off of the Thika Superhighway today. I think we're looking all right, getting into the CBD. Not much happening also coming off of Outer Ring. The Eastern Bypass then leading through towards the Embakasi Loop, I think we're looking all right as well. And also coming off of Mombasa Road, you pass Cabanas and then out towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout. Through and through, we're looking fine. The Northern Bypass not giving too much in terms of drama right now. We'll keep an eye on things as we're getting into Tuesday proper. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's Tuesday. It's the 10th of... which month is this one?
September.
It's September? Yeah, that one. It's the 10th of September, 2024. Mambo iko vipi? Mambo iko bambam. Sindio, City?
Hey, do you remember?
The
21st day of... Is it September or
it was this one. It was this one. We are waiting for it. We are waiting for it.
Oh, I thought there's the other song you were singing.
Yeah, that's not done fire.
Do you remember?
No.
Black Tuesday.
Black Tuesday.
No, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, do you remember?
Hey.
The 21st day of September.
That's what I was thinking of.
Ebu weka iko calendar. Weka nini? Weka alarm. We will remember at 10:10.
No, it's not. 21st is a Saturday. So sorry.
So we'll do it on Friday.
Yes. In lieu of.
Okay, stop.
We will do it on Friday.
In French, entre deux.
Hawezi kutusutua sisi.
Nini, you're 21st?
Yeah, yes. Otherwise, how you do?
I'm all right, thanks.
Yeah, otherwise it's good.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
My eyelash is stuck in my eye.
As opposed to?
What would happen
outside.
If someone else's eyelash?
It shouldn't be inside. Somebody else's eyelash was in my eye?
I'm just asking.
I would have to ask, what activities were you engaged in for that to happen?
See, eye looking.
CT. I see you.
It can be wind pollination.
Can it?
You know? Blown by the wind.
As opposed to gone with the wind.
Both of you need to be in the naughty corner for a moment.
Otherwise, mko sawa?
Kabisa.
Mimi niko sawa
Jana
kabisa.
throat yako ilikuwa inafanya vitu.
Nimeipatia madawa. I'm telling you as you're looking at me like now.
You're just a walking chemist. Well, you're walking chemistry.
I am a pharmacist.
Chemistry. You're a chemistry.
Heri kama kuambia.
Apothecary.
Headquarter mitishamba.
We. Zile madawa ziko kwa hii mwili saa hii. Mkinikata hivi.
Kama mimi nikitaka kutibiwa
nikata hivi.
Your eyelash. It'll behave immediately.
I'm telling you. I am telling you. I hear there's some funny flu that's going around.
Yeah, COVID.
There's a lot of stuff going around, isn't it?
So nikasema hii kuna defiance of court orders, so on and so forth. What shall we discuss today, this Tuesday? This is what we shall discuss. At 7 a.m., Pathway Programs for Universities Abroad, International University Pathways College. We'll be joined by Tom Olang, who is an academic manager, and Vanessa Amolo, who is a student recruitment and marketing at the International University Pathways College. We will be talking about pathway programs for universities abroad. Senor, here you go, sawa. Okay? 8 a.m., education is in shambles. Yeah? What's happening to our education sector? Dr. Maina is the Secretary General of the Parents Association in Kiambu County, and British Alachi is the MP for the Greater North constituency. Both of them will be joining us at 8 a.m. for that conversation. And then at 9, we'll talk about disaster management in schools. Where did we drop this ball? Joki Mwarumba is an academic lead, disaster management executive program at the Strathmore University Business School. That's the 9 a.m. conversation. We talk about disaster management in schools. All those things that we were talking about yesterday. Do they have drills? Actually, is there a disaster management plan at the Ministry of Education? And does that cascade down to the level of a school? Does a school principal know what to do? Does the deputy principal know? Does a student or pupil know? Do they all know what they ought to do? That's what we shall be discussing. So those are the conversations for today. Asante sana everybody for joining us. Let's take a look at the weather forecast, and then everybody who's online, say hello. We'll be saying hello to you shortly.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, 15 degrees. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 13. And we're looking into a mostly clear Nakuru, 14 degrees with highs of 27. 26 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 14, coming down to lows of 12. It's 12 degrees and mostly clear in Eldoret, highs of 24. Mombasa will be sunny through Tuesday, highs of 29, and we'll see sunny conditions through the day. Cloudy at 24 in Malindi with highs of 28. And Kisumu is cloudy at 19 with highs of 32. We'll see highs of 30 and a partly cloudy. Kakamega at 17. 18 and cloudy in Kampala with highs of 28 and lows of 17, while it's partly cloudy at 21 in Dar es Salaam. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 21. Mostly cloudy at 9 degrees in Johannesburg, highs of 21, and Mogadishu will be sunny through the day at 25, currently going to highs of 31. It's 13 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 29, while it's clear in Kinshasa at 24. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 23. It's partly cloudy in Paris at 12, highs of 18, and at 12 degrees London is cloudy with highs of 19 and lows of 9. Beijing cloudy at 23 with highs of 26, and we're looking into New York Monday night, clear at 19, coming into Tuesday, highs of 24 and lows of 17.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Salimia ndugu jamaa na marafiki.
Ndugu jamaa na marafiki. Good morning, Ndu City, Eric and Nyaboke. Mambo motomoto. Everybody saying good morning. Desmond says happy Tuesday. Or Ndu and Ombaso Koro. How do you answer that?
Bear.
Bear. Sindio, we are bear. Sindio Ednah, we are bear. I suspect teachers had a hand in school dormitories burning.
Hey.
Why, Desmond. Chris Maura says good morning, Wakenya. Linus Gitonga says good morning, watching from Tharaka Nithi. I went to Tharaka Nithi, by the way. I didn't tell you guys.
Where in Tharaka Nithi?
Don't worry. I'll explain another day. Remind me tomorrow to tell you the story. Yeah.
Tharaka Nithi.
Yeah. Mimi, as you're seeing me now.
Like Tharaka Nithi County.
Very
good. Wapi? Shogoria.
Very nice.
Shogoria. Ama shuka.
Ata shuka nilipita. Ata nisimama shuka kubuy credit.
Yeah. Very good.
Very nice. Abraham Kimeli says good morning. Happy Tuesday. Don Sabwa says, now we have fake cement just after fake fertilizer. What's next? Fake what? We'll have to, I'm telling you, my
country.
Brother. Yeah. Everything. J1 says, good morning, Spice people. To Jenge Taifa. Eric Ouko says, good morning, my favorite station and morning program. Good morning to you, Eric. Good to have you here. Peter Kiari is here. Robert Tobogo is in. Jimmy Munothi says, good morning. Acting IG.
Wachane na huyo jamaa bana, please.
Sawa, acha tu move on. Let's just move on.
Huyo jamaa wachane na yeye bana.
Ameitwa nini akuja pewa sentencing Friday.
Wachane na yeye bana.
Sawa. Hilary Mosota says good morning from Sydney. Margaret Wanjohi says good morning. Happy Tuesday to everybody. Simon Ndiatsi says good morning. Anapenda bure. CT. Lately anapenda kazi sana. Aya. Now.
Lately. What we notice, there's a difference.
When you finish laughing, you'll tell me what the joke is.
Sorry.
As of late.
Read the name of that person again.
Simon Ndiatsi amesema, so you know it's not me.
Tell him he's marked.
Nawapenda bure. CT lately anapenda kazi sana. That's good. Amesema that's good.
You think that is a good thing? He just said.
Yeah, ndo amesema.
You know what he has not said.
Lately, I'm a notice.
Unapenda kazi sana.
Let me explain to you the statement. CT afanyagi kazi.
Lakini nimeona lately.
Mazee amejibidisha
of late.
We.
Kuna bidii mpya.
George Okoh anasalimia kila mtu. Hello, Princess Ndu. Good morning, Leo. How are you? Parents are looking for their children. You guys, parents are looking for their children. We'll talk about that one.
Okay.
Onganyi Malala says good morning. Enjoyed yesterday's conversation. Thank you for being here this morning. Gerald Tahiti says good morning. Abdiaziz Omar is tuning and says the fire is burning. Leshan Sanchez says good morning from Kisumu. Stella S is listening in. Good morning to you. Hey, for the first time, we have a first time. Listening for the first time. Stella, good morning. Karibu sana. Hello. Carol anatupenda sana.
Mlete hapa mbele huyo.
Nani Stella?
Akuja hapa mbele. Mpatie hii kiti hapa.
Stella, umeambiwa ukuje kwa studio.
Hapa akalia hii kiti hapa mbele.
To big an story.
We love visitors. Welcome, sister.
Please come to the tent in front. You'll be given a special juice.
After this service, we will send somebody to come and talk to you.
If you are visiting, take our greetings back.
Yes.
But if you've decided to make this your home,
Karibu sana.
Welcome.
We'll give you a card.
Hey, kuna watu wengi. Julius Kijajui, Ira Dunda says good morning. Samuel Juma says I missed you so much, Eric. So you need to have a imagine. Yeah. Esther Waboy says good morning. Ambia mwenye anakanyaga waya ya volume atoe mguu hapo.
Huyo ni Lydiah.
Regia. Ebu nini?
Can you remove your leg?
Mambia Lydiah acha kuregarega.
Jeremiah Wajala is here. Alex Mageto is tuned in. Alinde Hezi says Ward. Good morning. Sound. Sound imefanya kitu leo asubuhi. Ala. Everybody showering. Okay. John Mutua is here. Abu Said is here. Sir Maritim is also tuned in. Tibbs Muge, we see you. Mwangi John Mugoshia is also tuned in. I gotta stay with you guys. Mumeniamusha mapema. Sasa nani amekuamusha? Sawa, karibu sana. Now Eric is under the table. Kento is also tuned in from Kapsabet. Good morning to you. Mother Superior, tumekuona. Good morning, everybody. Karibuni sana.
Very good. City? Somalia.
Sisi iko Somalia.
Yes.
Right. The mouth... No. Let me not read this proverb. Let me tell a story first.
Tell a story first?
Yes.
About Somalia?
About Somalia.
Okay.
Small story, like, say, 30 seconds. Then I will go to Zipro.
Verb.
Yes. Yeah. Did you know that Somalia is the eastmostest country?
The eastmostest country
on the planet of Africa.
Who?
Sorry, not planet. Continent of
Planet of Africa? Wow. You're in fine form this morning.
Sorry, country.
Continent.
It's the eastmostest. Yeah?
Continent. Right. This is called Horn of Africa. Okay, it's bordered by Ethiopia in the west, Djibouti northwest. By the way, Djibouti, in case you didn't know, was at some point part of Somalia. Just so that you understand, okay? Kenya south west, Gulf of Aden in the north, and the Indian Ocean in the east. Now I've given you coordinates of Somalia. Okay? It has the longest coastline in Africa's mainland. Longest coastline. Yeah, from the Gulf of Aden, come around India until it gets to Kenya. It's long. Right?
Some kilometers hapa kwetu.
Now, Zipro, it has a population of around 18 million people. Okay?
Who counted?
No.
That's the population of Lagos.
Who counted?
No, this is an estimate.
Your estimate, you.
No, by the way, this is one of those countries whose diaspora, population diaspora, na ile in country.
Kwanza the people who are in Italy.
Difference. Small. But that one I will tell you tomorrow. For now, let me tell you the proverb. The mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up.
Sorry, please just repeat the pro.
The mouth that doesn't belong to you
cannot be shut up.
Cannot be shut up.
When you tell me, shall I say, is it your mouth?
Or shut up.
Is it your mouth? It's not your mouth.
Scale. It's not your mouth.
Shut up.
Shut up. Shut up.
Okay. Tongali headlines.
On the front page of the Standard this morning, officer gone rogue.
Okay, when you've gone rogue, where do you go to?
Let me tell you the specific officer we're speaking of. The acting inspector general has, for the 7th time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
1 week,
disobeyed the courts. The court found him guilty of contempt and will punish him. Whereas lawyers want him declared unfit to hold office, there are families clinging to hope their abducted loved ones are still alive. Sawa?
We've been here many times before.
Okay. Sasa wamesema on Friday haujakuja hizi 7 times lakini Friday kuja tukwambie vile utalala ndani.
This is IG acting, but IG there was like a police commander in Nakuru who committed real sins, problems. People in hospital with drips and everything being removed under his watch. He was summoned.
Didn't come.
Summoned.
Didn't come.
Summoned.
Never came.
What happened to him?
He's still alive and working. Thank you. Thank you.
And now this is his boss. So what do you think is going to happen?
In his stories at Jabba.
Where is Jibi Wajigi? Right now. We're talking about the rule of law. Okay. DNA. Parents to wait a month for pupil's identity. Eric is going to piss you off. Why does it take so long? We're prolonging agony.
1 month.
1 month to reveal identity of these students.
So we have 19 that need to be identified because the others that died in hospital were identified, obviously. Right? The 19. To identify 19.
It's going to take a month.
And you have everything. You have the DNA samples. You have kila kitu.
Sasa Shakahola. There are 329 that are waiting to be identified.
What is it that we are lacking?
I don't know.
Is it commodities?
Urgency. No, it's not competency.
Is it commodities?
Commodities? Is it as in reagents?
Yeah.
So you buy them. Abi what? Are they? Is it when you say you need them that they start making them? See, there's somewhere where they are.
Yes.
Or you say, oh, by the way, we need to do DNA analysis. Then say, okay, let's start manufacturing the reagents that you need. No, they're available.
Those who normally conduct these services are government entities. So if we take the cue from this story, we're always being told of, there's no money. We are looking for money.
Agents.
Yes. What is it? What is it?
Speak in my language. Mba. No.
I'm bow with you as well. But the point is, I'm looking for something mundane and something simple and straightforward.
Because you got to find something.
Yes.
Well, look at it. You'll tell us the story.
Okay, we'll tell you the story. Why NEP leaders snubbed DP's Karen meeting. People are still snubbing meetings. Okay. Chinese look to Nairobi for investment. Again. Okay. Historian says Harris will beat Trump. Eric, you ought to like that. Using tech to help mothers deliver. Student touched by the plight of mothers in Northeastern has come up with a GPS system that tracks these mothers for their healthcare. So they know, you're getting to this time, you need to now start going to hospital. Excuse me. Pressure on banks to trim interest rates. That should be fun. Let's see how far they go with that. On the front page of The Nation, 5 days of anguish. Parents who have been waiting for 5 days to know the fate of their children are in agony as the painstaking DNA analyses on casualties of the Hillside and Darasha fire begin. Yesterday, they turned up at Narumoru Hospital mortuary as they sought to know whether their children are among the dead or not through tests likely to take some time. Where? Mohammed Dida serving 7 years in a US jail. What? Apparently, he's been in custody since November 18th, 2022.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give you the details of that story. Mohammed Abduba Dida, the former teacher who twice ran for president and finished ahead of some established politicians, is serving a 7-year sentence in a US prison. He's held at the Big Muddy Correctional Center in Illinois, where he's been since November 18th, 2022, after being found guilty of stalking and intimidating an unidentified individual in the Midwestern U.S. state. Where? Gachagua says to Ruto, there are 6 things that you must address. They are grievances. Please address them.
Gachagua is telling Ruto?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do your job. However you choose to address it, but we need you to address it. Sawa?
Right.
University students defy their leaders and stage demos of a new funding model. They said, you guys have decided you're not striking. Sawa. Lakini sisi. Police have been spying on a judge in the Masengeli case. A senior police officer, Lazarus Opicho, ordered to appear before court on Friday to explain why he was calling Lawrence Mugambi's driver and bodyguard seeking to know his whereabouts. Counties on the spot over expensive bank loans. Yeah. And this might be fun. It's a bit irritating, but Education Ministry directed to establish standards and quality council in the next 60 days.
But directed by who?
They've been directed by the High Court.
Okay. In the Business Daily, Old Mutual disowns 3.9 billion shilling buildings in shareholder row. Now, there is a big issue happening at Old Mutual, all right? A shareholder called Joel Kibe, he's a billionaire. He holds 1.54 million shares in Old Mutual. He obtained a court order on August 22nd that stopped the company's board of directors from selling or transferring its assets. Equity Centre, Union House, and Telcom Plaza, which house major corporate tenants in Nairobi. Did you know Equity Centre belongs to Old Mutual?
Equity Centre belongs to Old Mutual.
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
Now, you're building, Pale. The assets freeze and other constraints placed on Old Mutual came after Kibe filed a case at the High Court in Nairobi accusing, turn the page, the company of trampling on the rights of minority investors to benefit its majority shareholder, Old Mutual East Africa Holdings. In its response, the insurer denied that the allegations and declared that it does not own 3 of the listed properties identified by Kibe. He says, those ones, we don't know them. They are not ours. The insurer's annual report, however, shows that the properties were owned by its subsidiaries as of December 31st last year, indicates that the properties were subsequently sold, or Old Mutual is technically disowning them in the court battle since it does not hold their titles directly. So those properties are owned by a subsidiary of Old Mutual. Now the Old Mutual is saying, see, those ones are not ours. See, those ones, those are the things that are happening. Higher. Over half of Hustler Fund borrowers default as bad loans rise. More than 50% of people who went to borrow from the Hustler Fund have defaulted, so we are told. More than half of the borrowers have defaulted on repayments totaling 11 billion shillings, underscoring the challenge that the government faces trying to recover the money. The State Department for MSMEs said the ratio of non-performing loans in the fund introduced to unlock credit for millions of Kenyans blacklisted by commercial banks has hit 21%. 21% non-performing loans. In what? In about 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay? 11 billion shillings has been borrowed, has not been returned. And remember, put that in the same line with a previous story where there are some people who borrowed and they cannot be traced. There are some people who borrowed and they somehow they are not known, they are not, their numbers was not known. There was a story like that, remember?
Okay, so in
this
Kenya,
it's a heist.
Did they actually borrow? In the same country where you can have fake schools and fake students.
It's possible. The money has been borrowed.
But
the money
not by
who has borrowed the money?
Totally different kettle of fish.
In this country.
And the fact that you cannot find them was always the game.
The game.
11 billion. 11 billion.
11 billion.
How much is Joho was? 3.
3 billion.
Now put Joho times 4.
Imagine. 4 Johos.
Meaning everything Joho has multiplied by 4.
Yeah.
If it's cars, multiply by 4.
Yeah.
Houses, multiply by 4.
Yes.
Long game, my friend.
You stop becoming a sultan, you become what?
You become the caliphate.
Habas. Mbadi's conditions for Kenyans to enjoy lower VAT and corporate tax. So Mbadi yesterday launched the process for the next financial year's budget. That process began yesterday.
Yes, it's September. Normally September, yeah.
Kenyans will have to wait for revenue collections to improve and public debt burden to reduce before they can enjoy the lower tax rates proposed by the Treasury. But he said, we're going to lower taxes.
But we have to wait until we finish paying
after we pay the loan. and if you pay more taxes.
Then
you pay more taxes, we'll reduce the taxes. Sawa.
I make it, Joe.
Yeah. Electricity prices dipped 22% in 9 months. EABL Uganda unit investors eye windfall, and Nairobi Prime Office rent lags Africa peers. CT, what's in the Star?
Many stories, my friend. Many stories. Top right-hand corner, in Till Green, is free copy of the Stand by MyGov. Here to top hand right corner. Hii ni bure leo. Firi. Right. Family of Kware killings victim demand closure. This, they're going to be told to join the queue. Yeah?
How do they know there are people inside? Have they done DNA?
If you have people who have disappeared, the only way you will know is if these people are identified. Then you'll
By
know.
DNA.
Perhaps, this is my person.
Yeah.
Yes, DNA should give you name.
Interesting.
Yeah,
because when you
very.
say families, I think you'll read that story later.
So we know how they
So we know how they
knew.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll read it later.
Sawa.
We won't read now.
No, later.
Later. Even I thought later
Shortly.
was good. Okay, shortly. Uptake. While we are not using any protection, this is according to some sex workers.
Oh.
Okay. This is I'm just reading, guys. Okay. Unless there is more pressing issue, Friday evenings will always find Frank at his. I'll read the story for you.
Okay.
Overcoming stigma. Okay. Struggles and triumph of sickle cell advocate. The story of a young lady by the name of Michelle Mulo. Fell sick, discovered she was a sickle cell survivor and has been battling with the disease for the last 30 years. Knowing sickle cell and how it works, she has done very well.
Very well.
Okay. Bang in the middle of the paper, baptism by fire has confronted a high cost of living, ballooning debt and protests. Sharp divisions mark Ruto's 2-year rule. Okay. Then there's a list of achievements that the Star have stated as achievements of the president. I'm not going to read them now. I can read them later. All right. There's the People Daily, same story. Devolved money agony in county. Somehow this devolved money hasn't gone to the devolved units. Something like that. Okay. Of Nairobi's cleanup war and missing litter bins. Were the litter bins to begin with in the first place?
Missing.
Yeah, they were always missing anyway. So this is just a continuation of the same. They also have a bang in the middle of the paper. It's about Mbadi. Mbadi's first tax headache. Mbadi has many headaches ahead of him. Very many headaches. This one, we're still writing, talking about it. You wait. He is going to put something and he'll be told you. There was a guy who was before you told him the same thing. We're telling you. Watch it too. He will wonder why he took this job, but that day will come.
Mbadi knows he's compliant.
He knows why
everybody takes that job. He's compliant.
He is compliant.
Everybody's compliant.
Anajua hii game mchezo wa town. 23 minutes to 7. Let's take a look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, have we moved much? People are still moving, going where they need to go. Have we seen any traffic that started to build up? Yes, on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Survey through towards the city. As they come to the end of the service lanes, it's going to pack up for you just a little bit, going towards Maranga Road, or then you can go via Wangari Maathai, depending if you're going to Westlands or then through Uhuru Highway back into the city. Just watch out for that. There is some traffic on Kangunda Road. It's coming in all the way from Jiru. And you're going to touch on Outer Ring at some point. Landis Road is busy. Very busy as you get towards Kamkunji at the roundabout. Also, as you pass the Makadara train station on Jogo Road, there is some traffic there and it's a hold up. As you get into the city on Uhuru Highway as well, coming in from Mombasa Road, is going to slow down for you at the junction. So that's just what we're looking at now. Let's see what happens as we get through it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
5 days of anguish. Parents are still looking for their children. On the front page of The Nation, Elizabeth Dirito, whose nephew Bernard Warutere has been missing following the tragedy. John Mwangi, father of Ernest Ngairia, 11. Simon Gakuo's 12-year-old son is also missing. Josephine Wajiro's son, Kent Mugai, 13, has not been seen since the tragedy. So parents are still camping out at school asking. It's interesting that we have not heard from the management of the school to date, 5 days later. Parents who've been waiting for 5 days to know the fate of their children are in agony as the painstaking DNA analyses on casualties at the Hillside Enderesha fire begin. Authorities have confirmed 21 children died in the fire on the night of September 5th, with the revelation yesterday that the ill-fated dormitory had 164 pupils and not the 156 initially reported. Yesterday, parents turned up at the Nairobi Hospital mortuary to seek answers as to whether their children were among the dead or not. Through DNA analysis, likely to take some time. What we've been told from Johnson Odoor's office is that it'll take a month. Today, the forensic team is expected to begin sorting the bodies ahead of the post-mortem set for tomorrow. Joyce Wamboy is clinging to hope that her 12-year-old grandson, known as Success Wajau, is still alive. As she sits outside the Nairobi Hospital morgue waiting for her daughter-in-law who's gone in to give her DNA samples, she mumbles a prayer, clearly oblivious to her surroundings. She was among the dozens of families who visited the morgue to submit their DNA samples for analysis. Despite being told by the first responders that her grade 8 son did not leave the dormitory alive, Joyce believes he's among the people who escaped the fire.
Oh, yeah.
We go through so many more stories and there are pictures of these precious children, and the agony is unending. But the question is still looming heavy in my mind, that if these children are not amongst the dead, and if they went to some place to seek shelter, why have we not heard that I have a child in my home, or I have seen a child along the road who has escaped this fire, and they are here with me? Why have we not heard?
This issue of missing and unaccounted for, and whether they're accounted for, is quite confusing.
It's
now
very
there's
confusing.
a statement by the government spokesman who said that all have been accounted for. He said the government has announced that all pupils at the Hillside and Asha Academy in Nyeri have been accounted for following a tragic fire incident. Government spokesman Isaac Mwaura, in a press statement to newsrooms yesterday, said the school comprised 330 boarders who included 164 boys and 166 girls before the Thursday night inferno. Mwaura said 2 boys died while receiving treatment, while bodies of 19 others were recovered from the burnt boys' dormitory. All girls are at home with their parents, while all the 164 boys have been accounted for. The parents of the 19 learners who succumbed are yet to identify their children. They'll proceed to Nairobi for autopsy and processing. They'll also receive mental health and psychological support. This is what Isaac Mwaura said yesterday.
So if we were to take what he's saying
So he's
for
saying,
truth,
from what we have, we have contacted the parents of all the girls and they're accounted for.
okay,
Then we are contacting the parents of all the boys, and only the 19 who perished and the ones who are in hospital, we can clearly see where they are. So every name has been ticked.
so the parents who are here saying that, so if we're going to take it to its logical conclusion, the parents who are here, then we can assume that their children are dead and they're waiting for confirmation of DNA analysis.
They're in that agonizing phase where, because you have not seen,
you can't say
you
that they're
cannot
not.
say that your child is dead.
It doesn't get worse than that.
It's torture.
And then now, bringing that story of what Johannes Odoor is saying, how long is it going to take?
1 month.
For DNA. 1 month of going through that
Torture.
anguish.
Oh my God.
No closure.
No.
It's completely insensitive
we can
of a
do
government.
better.
But this is a government that has 600 people waiting for over 2 years to know whether their kin were in Shakahola. And the government does not feel a thing. It moves on. In fact, the person in charge of that entire operation is now a kingpin of Mount Kenya East.
In fact, has been named by one of his members of parliament as the one that we are going to now pay homage to.
Yeah.
Those are the things that
Those are the things that are keeping him busy, you know?
Meanwhile, there's still people underground in Shakahola.
Yep.
Phase 6 has not started yet. The ones who have been dug up and have been lying in these makeshift freezers still come up to 329 and are unidentified. What business do we have talking about
600
who
families.
the kingpin is?
Now
these are children who
These are
died
children.
in an agonizing fire. Their parents are
19
waiting.
children need to be identified so that the parents and their families can know for sure that this is our son. But you're telling them a month.
Wait for
Bloody
a month.
hell.
Actually, just pause for a second and look at the cost of human lives in this country, because we have a leadership whose focus is on politicking. You just focus. Whether it is the Nithi Bridge that claimed 12 lives, whether it's the accident on the Eldoret highway that claimed 13 lives, whether it is these children, just keep counting. Keep counting. Just keep counting.
You know what it is, CT?
Yes.
We don't value human life.
You said this a very long time ago.
Yeah.
We don't.
You said, and I quote you, you are being told what you are thought of, please take note.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Yes.
They're telling
Don't doubt them. They keep telling you.
Yep.
They tell you every day.
And it's very clear.
Yeah.
The chief of police is being asked by the courts, where are these people who are missing? Can you come and tell the court? He's like, I'm busy.
I'll come.
Yesterday he said he had gone where?
I don't know where he had gone. He was out of Nairobi.
Out of Nairobi. I'm busy. People want to know, our person is missing. We have reported that this person is missing. Last seen was picked up by people who were thought to be police officers. Can you just come and shed light on that? Inspector General of Police, me, I'm busy, Bana. As you know, we are dealing with many issues in this country. Life. I don't know. Maybe they are alive. Maybe they're dead.
Maybe they're dead. We don't know. See, we'll come when we are ready. We have time. We'll come and tell you. Why are you shouting?
You tell me, if what we are witnessing is from the Acting Inspector General of Police, what do you think his troops are going to do?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
The people who are under him, who are reporting to him,
See,
if he's behaving like that, what do you think they're going to do?
See, he has set the example. See, they know.
There's a 54-year-old woman. Her son is called Mukuria. Today, she doesn't know where her son is. He disappeared on the 25th of June. He was seen being put into a police vehicle. That was the last time anybody saw him. She has been begging. She has been all over the country. She has been to morgues. She has been to hospital. She has been to mosques. She has been to churches. Cannot find her son. Police mom. That is just one example of the over 50 people who are missing. Now, these ones, poor innocent children, they've been burnt to death, and we can't even tell them when we will identify whose they are. Then you want to come and shout and start telling me that Kindiki has been made kingpin in Mount Kenya. Are we joking?
It is such a... We are jokers as this country. Yvonne Okwara in the news gang, brief on Thursday, did one very good one and talked about the rule of law and order, and actually singled out this acting IG of police and said, look, you are the one who is tasked with enforcing law and order
in the country.
You're the boss. And so to you assume that the law and order does not apply to you. Who the hell do you think you are?
This is the question.
Alma Sengeli should be asked all the time.
All the time.
Who do you think you are?
Actually,
all police bosses should be asked.
I want to take this thing further. Raymond Omolo, this is your docket.
Yes.
Okay. Raymond, I know you listen, so I'm telling you, what are you doing about this? The CS, for heaven's sake, how do you have a country where in the full glare of light you have an IG who's disobeying Court Order 7? Come on, man. What do you think you are setting in motion? You are the people who should bring this person to book. For heaven's sake. No. If you've given him instructions not to come, okay, then tell us why you've given him instructions not to come. And tell us why it is he will not come. There must be some sound reason that you know that we don't know.
It's very clear.
There's
no reason, CT. It's very clear. It is not important. There is no value. It doesn't matter. It's a small issue in terms of the sharks. This is a minnow issue. It doesn't matter. And we'll tell you when we're ready to tell you. That's basically what you're saying. Who the hell do you think you are? I am the man. When I am ready to come, I will come. In the meantime, you want to issue orders? You want to say I should come for sentencing? When I'm ready, I will come.
Okay.
That's the person that has been tasked with the security of Kenyans today.
That is all right. Bangladesh also had a police chief who had similar attitudes.
And this attitude is everywhere. Page 10 of The Nation, deaths of state employees that remain unresolved as the list grows. Okay? August 31st, death of Evans Chirchir, a National Treasury employee whose body was found in a mortuary in Machakos, adds to a growing number of unresolved murders of government employees. Authorities say Chirchir was knocked down by a vehicle whose registration and driver details cannot be revealed due to legal issues. At first, the family claimed Chirchir had expressed fears for his life over a 286 million shilling tender. However, this was refuted by the National Treasury PS, Chris Kiptor, who said Chirchir never handled sensitive matters. According to the PS, the Chumvi Outpost police boss confirmed the arrest of the driver involved in the accident and further revealed a post-mortem exam had been conducted to ascertain the cause of death. He was not involved in any sensitive or decision-making capacities within the department, and the incident that led to his death occurred during his private time, far from his work responsibilities. Higher. This is one of many. In March 2021, the body of Jennifer Wambua was found dumped at City Mortuary days after she was abducted. Wambua was the National Land Commission Deputy Communication Director, and she was a key witness in a 122.3 million shilling case involving a politician and senior officials at the Ministry of ICT, charged with conspiring to defraud the government. Huyo ni mwingine. In February 2023, Mary Waithera was walking home when she suddenly collapsed along Kaunda Street in Nairobi. Her colleagues then called for an ambulance. Waithera worked at the registry department of NHIF. At first, the police and people who witnessed her collapse concluded that she had died of natural causes. However, later they realized she had been shot.
Natural causes.
IEBC, 7 days before the August 2017 elections, Chris Musando, the man who at the time was in charge of Kenya's computerized voting system, found dead. Again, IEBC, Daniel Mbolu Musyoka went missing on Thursday, August 11, 2022 in unclear circumstances, only to be found dead. This guy was the election officer in Embakasi.
The returning officer?
Yes. His body was found in the Amboseli National Park in Kajiado South Sub-County.
Amboseli is a bit far, isn't it?
Yep. Unresolved. The families of all these people that we talked about don't know what happened to their kin.
There's a particular family in the Kware area of whose 24-year-old daughter, sister Brenda Shatuma, was among those whose mutilated body was found in Kware. To date, we are being told the body is being held by police and is yet to be buried.
Why?
The father cannot go back to work. Her siblings cannot go back to school. The family is in limbo.
So they were able to identify that as their sister?
Yes.
Oh, they saw her and said, they saw the parts.
They saw the body and they identified her.
Yes.
Now they don't know what happened to her.
No.
But that guy who escaped, was he captured?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I know you
he
guys.
was part Allah. He
The
was
guy
part
who-
of the
the
guy
people
who
who
left with
happened from
Eritreans. Yeah.
Not
no,
yet.
Bado.
But he will turn up dead. So it is
Excuse
not
me.
something that you
Please
should
let
worry
me just
about.
say something. It is important for me to say.
Please.
This is the same guy who, in less than 24 hours, they
Had
found
confessed to
him.
these things.
He had confessed. They found, 42 SIM
IDs,
cards. And they
IDs.
found IDs. They found phones. They put them on the table like this. And then today, 3 weeks later, they cannot find him. They don't know where he is.
And some
Same
policemen were
fella.
implicated. They were transferred. Something of that sort happened. But that story is dead. You don't even hear of it.
Kware gone.
No, it's dead.
Shakahola gone.
You don't hear it.
Viskina Chris Musando gone.
Yes, no, those went a long time ago. Well, while we're at it, JM Karaoke story also went that way. Just so that we go down history. You understand how these things work, isn't it?
Where?
We don't have a country here. We need to build one.
We're in trouble. You guys, if the very basic fiber of humanity, which is life, is not respected, it's not protected, you have no business doing anything else. I keep saying it. You have no business doing anything else. Can't feed your people, can't protect them, can't educate them, can't heal them. You have no business doing anything else. And here we are, joking with people's lives. Look at children. Look at children. Look at the loved ones of family members. Look at them.
The problem with these things is that we hear of one side of the story. You will find that this country, there are very many bizarre things that are happening at the same time. It's like a Pandora's box literally has been opened, and any creepy, crawly, dark thing that can come out.
It's coming out.
Yes, it's coming out. There's a story that is being told in Juja of a certain, there's someone calling it a cult called Jumuiya, okay? And how some family members joined this, was sick, decided to go the herbal way, given something where you throw up until one thing, you're going to throw up your intestines. The guy went back home to his wife, daughter, said they must
They must also go and drink the thing.
Nope, they must be circumcised. Yes. And if not, he will walk off. That was the guy walked off. The
Where are
lady
we
went
going
to
now?
the father-in-law and said, "You need to help us with this thing." Nothing of that sort happened. Apparently, this man was introduced to this group by his brother. Okay, the brother has since died. Now, the story that is being told here is that this is not something that is a one-off. There are many cases of individuals who have gone and joined this particular grouping, and this is the demand that they make.
And it's been a it's been very vibrant, I think, in this central Kenya region.
It has
for a number of years. Some say it's the return of Mungeki in another way. That whole conversation about coming and, you're going to follow and adhere to these strict issues, you find old women saying, yes, I am actually going for FGM. And I really hate my mother for not taking me for FGM. This is a 40-plus-year-old woman. And therefore, she will take her daughters.
What is of interest also is that many of them also being shunned. If they purport to be Christians, whether they're Protestant or Catholic, they're also being told to shun that religion of theirs. So, when I say that a Pandora's box has been opened, and all manner of creepy crawlies keep coming out, they are really coming out. But one thing that is visiting us, very fast and very furiously, it's like one disaster after another, one calamity after another. And unfortunately, everything that we're talking about leads to the very top of this nation and the people who lead it.
Yep.
Because they've led by example, and that example is being followed.
It's at the doorstep of leadership.
It is being followed. Anyone who's in a position of leadership, no matter how far down you cascade it, at your point, you also practice impunity as best as you possibly can.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The consequences are going to be very dire.
Tell us about Dida.
Let me tell you about Dida. So you know who he is, obviously. Mohammed Abduba Dida is the former teacher who twice ran for president and finished ahead of some established politicians. He's now serving a 7-year sentence in a U.S. prison. He is held at the Big Muddy Correctional Center in Illinois, where he has been since November 2022. He's been found guilty of stalking and intimidating an unidentified individual in the Midwestern U.S. states. So questions abound as to what happened. Now, so they're yet to confirm the identity of his victim by the time this was going to press, but the information from the correctional center indicates that the former presidential candidate was found guilty on 2 separate charges. The offenses were committed in McLean County in Illinois. In the first charge, Dida was found guilty of 1 count of stalking and transmitting threats to his victim. For this, he was sentenced to 2 years in prison.
Stalking and transmitting threats.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. In the second charge, Dida was found guilty of 1 count of aggravated stalking and violation of a restraining order which barred him from approaching or talking to his victim. Now, the thing about the U.S. corrections is, number 1, anything that has aggravated.
What is aggravated?
Aggravated is now you worsen it. You make it becomes...
So what you are stalking and then there's aggravated. What makes it aggravated?
I could be wielding a weapon. I could be insulting. I could be... there could be a direct threat to your person. Okay? In a physical manner.
You've made the situation worse.
Right. And then the second thing is that there has been violation of a warning already been given to you. In this case, a restraining order. And you have a restraining order where they say you should not come within 100 feet, 500 feet kind of thing.
Right.
And then you still go ahead and do that. They take such things very seriously. The offenses were committed in McLean County. In the first charge, blah, blah. For this charge, Dida was sentenced to 7 years in prison. So you see how seriously they take it? He was jailed in July 2021, but the sentence stretched under unclear circumstances. He's tentatively to walk out of prison on the 3rd of April 2029. A petition the former presidential candidate has filed seeking freedom to practice his religion reveals that Big Muddy is the 3rd facility to hold Dida. The prison sentence marks a sharp turn for the man who once sold morality and a corruption-free state in his failed quest for presidency. So, of course, it goes on to his story. But so the thing that is not clear here is who his victim was and exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, what's this story?
Who was it? The assumption is that it was a woman, but we're not even clear whether it was actually a woman or not.
What's the relationship between Dida and his victim?
Okay, so here we go. It is still unclear whether Dida had relocated to the US or was just visiting when he committed the offences. April 5th, 2024, he filed a petition against Kimberly Vare, the Big Muddy Correctional Center warden, for alleged violation of his right to practice Islam. Again, it's going into details of his imprisonment, but it's not giving details of who his victim was, exactly what he did, or what kind of relationship that they had prior. But usually we've seen that when it comes to things about restraining orders and such, it's usually somebody that you've been in an intimate relationship with. Historically, that's what we know, but we don't know the details of this particular one. But what we do know, that he's in prison for 7 years.
Oh yeah, until 2029.
Yes.
These countries you can appeal.
You can appeal, but you see now he's already tried. At least he's tried to be able to practice his religion, which has been denied. He's actually applied for freedom to do that, but that has been denied to him. We don't know if he's tried to appeal for, a lesser sentence or for freedom in totality.
Oh, yeah.
But then there's also the mention that the legal statutes under which he filed his petition is not clear. Whether it was one that...
so it's technicalities now.
You've got
It's
it.
technicalities.
Yes.
But the unfortunate thing is that they're dealing with violation of a previous warning. It's tricky.
7 a.m. Let's get the news.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lal Ubaga. President William Ruto has promised to change the appearance of Kibra. Speaking after launching the construction of affordable houses on the area, the president said that 15,000 houses will be built in the second phase of the project to benefit the residents.
Phase 2 inaanza hapa hivi karibuni. 15,000 units will be starting here shortly. Ndio vijana wengi wapate ajira na tubadilishe Kibera badala ya kuwa slum iwe ni estate ambayo wananchi wanaweza kukaa. Hapa wacha niwaeleze. Hapa iko nyumba ya shilingi 3,000, iko nyumba ya room mbili iko na 4,700 na iko nyumba room 3 pamoja na jikoni, pamoja na choo, pamoja na bafu.
The president has also announced that people affected by floods in various parts of Nairobi County will be given new homes by the government.
Hapa Nairobi, mahali tumetoa wananchi pale mahali kulikuwa na mafuriko. Hivi karibuni tunatangaza kandarasi ya nyumba 40,000 ya social housing. Ndio hawa watu ambao walitoka kwa ile mahali ya river tuwapatie makao vile vile, kwa sababu tuliwapatia pesa ya kuhama. Tayari katika hii mpango tuko na nyumba 200,000 ambayo katika kila sehemu ya Kenya, na tunataka tuendelee na hii mpango kwa sababu hivi ndivyo tutakavyobadilisha Kenya.
And parents of 21 students who died in the fire tragedy at Hillside Primary School, Nyeri County, will have to wait for a month before burying their children. DNA examination started yesterday at Nakuru Level 5 Hospital, with the Central Region Coordinator Pius Murugu announcing that all 164 students from the affected dormitory have been accounted for. Murugu, alongside with Nyeri Governor Mutahi Kahiga, have confirmed that the parents of the deceased students have already provided DNA samples to help with the identification process.
And the team which was tracing right from the scene there, especially our Red Cross team, the national government team, especially the chiefs, were with that Red Cross team, and we have been able to account for everybody. All the parents have been reached.
Zingatia sana kufunguliwa kwa shule ile, kwa sababu kuna wanafunzi ambao watafanya mtihani wa darasa la 6 kufikia tarehe 28 mwezi huu. Basi kuna haja kwa haraka sana tuweze kujaribu kufungua shule ile.
Government pathologist had explained why the procedure will take long over the weekend.
Managed to come through the building in which these young boys died as a result of fire incidents, and as per now we've looked through and were able to get 19 bodies. These bodies are burnt to a great extent that it will be very impossible for their parents to be able to identify them. Being that our principle is ensuring that the dead get united to their relatives, we are going to do what is called DNA. So from here the bodies will be taken to Narumori or a hospital, after which we'll do autopsy from next week. On Monday, the relatives will be undergoing a process of collection of DNA from them at the hospital by the government chemist. Then on Tuesday, we'll start the autopsy, and during the autopsy, we'll be documenting the cause of death and also taking samples for DNA, which will later be reconciled, so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to unite the parents to their children.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, the sun's up. Let's have a look at what's happening on the roads this morning. It's busy on Okoh Road, heading out towards Landis. Landis, that early morning traffic that was there, it seems to be clearing up. But as you get to the Kamkunji roundabout, it's going to slow down a little bit. On the Thika Superhighway, coming in heavy from Githurai, all the way through to Allsops at the stage, and then out towards Survey, traffic is starting to pile up. We're getting into traffic hour in no time from now. It's not looking too bad on the Northern Bypass, but traffic coming in from the Greater Kiambu Road is going to cross over through the Northern Bypass and then come through towards Muthaiga Square. So that's busy. Taking a look at Ngong Road, there's traffic coming in from Naivasha Road. It's touching on Ngong Road. We're going to go through towards Kingara Road and then out towards James Gishuru, which we know is going to be busy as you get over towards Waiaki Way. And there it is. Traffic inbound to the city and through towards the Red Hill Link Road is very busy right about now. Let's see what happens as we get through it this morning. Do talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Getting into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday, the 10th day of September 2024. It's the second day of mourning. We are still remembering the children who died out of that fire at Hillside in the Russia Academy. The anguish that the families are going through as the process of identification of the bodies then begins, as the questions still linger and they're still mourning. There's trauma, even for those that survived, those that are at home. The boys and the girls, the entire school community there is traumatized. And remember that, yes, we continue to pass our sincere condolences to the families, the teachers, the pupils, the school community at Russia City.
You know, as you were speaking, I was thinking to myself, how do you deal with such a calamity if you're a parent? How do you even handle it? You left your child in the safety and in the care of others, and then something of this sort happens. And then to add insult to injury, you now cannot determine the whereabouts of your child. You're being told to wait a month before certain things can be determined. So in that month, what are you supposed to do?
It's a difficult one.
Very, very hard.
It's a very, very hard one. We wish them all the best, all the strength, and all the support that they can receive. Our conversation for this hour is going to be about universities abroad, pathway programs for universities abroad. We are joined by two guests who are from the International University Pathways College. One of them is Tom Olang, he's the academic manager, and the other is Vanessa Amolo, who's a student recruitment and marketing. Good morning, Tom and Vanessa.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
I see you are well branded. You have everything. You look like the International University Pathway College, and you'll tell us more about it. The first thing I want you to do is, give you that moment to also pass your condolences to, of course, the families of the children who perished.
Thank you, Eric. My name is Tom Olang. I'm the academic manager of International University Pathways College, otherwise known as IUPC Academy. It's very unfortunate what has happened to the students. When you take your child to school, they are safe in the hands of teachers, in the hands of the owners, the infrastructure is safe. The last thing you expect is your child to perish. You can't even describe it, even as a teacher or as a parent. It's very unfortunate. I don't know. Something has to be done about this.
It is, Vanessa.
Definitely, this is very sad. And seeing as this hasn't been a new case, there ought to be accountability. The fact that they can't identify the students, they have to wait that long, it's really sad. So my condolences to the families and loved ones. Yeah.
Great. So we'll talk about this pathways for universities abroad. Of course, many people know when they finish their O-levels or their A-levels, they're looking to join university and they're looking at the various options they have both locally and abroad. And we want to see what are those universities abroad and then how do you get there? And that will be the conversation. But CT is first going to welcome you with the day's proverb. Every week, CT goes to one African country and then he mines proverbs from that country. He brings us one proverb a day from there. Your job is to listen to the proverb and give us your own interpretation of it. It's never right or wrong. Well, it's never wrong.
We are looking, we've been visiting countries that border the ocean. Countries within the continent of Africa, continent of Africa that border the ocean. So it cannot be Uganda, okay? We are in the Federal Republic of Somalia, yes. It's a very interesting country, this one. It's really, really interesting, and it has a very, very rich history. Most people don't actually know that, but they do. From 2064 BC, meaning that long ago. A mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up.
A mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up. Vanessa, I want to come to you first. What's the interpretation of this?
I feel this means, literal meaning of the proverb, you have no control over what the perception of others are, or, what people think about you, or rather what they feel about you, what they would say about you. So it's basically that. No control over anything.
That's a good one. That's a good, Tom.
I think it sounds more like a riddle. It's a proverb nonetheless. If it's like keeping oneself in check. It's possible to keep oneself in check, control what you say, or control your tongue. Tongue and the mouth are more or less synonymous when it comes to speech. But if it's somebody else, City saying something, I can't control. I mean, he pretty much decides what to say. I could nudge him to shut up or not to be so overt about what he says, but I cannot 100% control what he says. Yes.
Mtu kimbelembele huwezi saidia yeye.
Sorry, beyond help.
Or beyond salvage.
You only need to look at our political class and just the tons and the mountain loads of things they say. Can you tell them to shut up? Just when you think they've sort of like run out of things which border on ridiculous, they come up with something you wonder, these guys, there is no limit to what these people can say. Yes.
It's like when there are kids in the house, I mean, their guests, kids have this penchant for saying things that you'd rather not have them say. So you pinch them, but that's when they say it the more.
Yes. But that is a lesson to parents. There are things you should not discuss in the presence of children.
Yes.
Because they will repeat it. And especially when the guest who is being spoken of is present. So one may even ask them,
Dinner
table conversation is very important.
Careful.
Okay. Tom, what is IUPC?
IUPC, you have a lot of abbreviations. International University Pathways College. Which you're trading as, we also call it, at the beginning when we started it, used to call it International University Pathways College because it gave parents, students a pathway, or shall I say an alternative route to top universities globally. But then at some point we brought in multiple programs. We have, for example, the International Foundation Year, which is an alternative to A-level. So we realize countries like the UK, Australia, New Zealand have 13 years of education. Our KCSE here, or shall I say CBC, is 12 years. So if you transition to any of those countries, you have to do something called the foundation course. So meaning you wait on the borderline as the others start their first year of undergrad. So we brought this, it has a bit of a history. The pathway program started way back in 1987, that's about 37 years ago. Now as we started it a couple of years ago, around 4 years ago, to give students who are transitioning to this country a chance to progress seamlessly without being made to do something else before they join their peers from elsewhere. So IOPC provide that program in country. We also have something called occupational English tests. These nurses and doctors who are going to work abroad in different countries, they are supposed to have some language proficiency. So we are an approved test center for occupational English for doctors, nurses, occupational therapists, anybody in healthcare, including vets. Then we are also on our way to being a Cambridge exam center. So meaning, if you want to do any Cambridge program, whether it's a CPD or a high school program, we're hosting that as well. And that's what we are. We are in the business of academics, and especially studying abroad.
Am I to assume then that you have a campus, physical campus?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's somewhere not very far from ABC. It's on the address, our street address is known as number 3 Kanjata Road. So
number 3
Kanjata Road. Yeah. If you're moving from that's where we are, right in Lavington.
It's easily, you can find it there's a pin on Google Maps. You just put number 3 Kanjata Road, or you put IOC
or International University Pathways College, you'll find us right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what kind of other programs do you have, Vanessa? Thomas told us about the foundation year, the Cambridge coming up soon, the English tests and others. What else?
So we are now churning out a program known as IY1. So that's International Year 1. So for students who wish to progress to UK, Australia and New Zealand only, and specifically students who wish to do business and law studies. So that's basically the first year, we would say, of university. That's another program we have. And then we have Ontario Secondary School Diploma, which basically, as the name suggests, is for students who wish to study in Canada. So they come study with us after they're done with either Year 11 or KCSE Form 4. Then you do the Ontario Secondary School Diploma and progress to Canada. So those are our other programs which are available at IUPC.
So then how does one make the connection between then being in high school and finishing? Because it almost sounds like a bridging course or a bridging, idea. Is that the same thing that it would go with?
I wouldn't say bridging, because bridging has a connotation of you haven't performed well.
Okay.
This is for students particularly who have attained a certain grade. For IFY, which is International Foundation, it's a minimum of 5 C's and above.
Okay.
And then once you get those grades, you come to us, and then we begin. It's like an introduction to your degree program. So we'll basically place you in one of the streams related to your degree, and then now you can progress to your first year of university. So it's like a foundation, a beginning to your degree program.
Okay. So how exactly does this help you with whatever course it is that you wish to pursue? What does it provide you with? What does it arm you with?
It provides you with the beginning, I would say the first year kind of introduction to your degree program. For instance, you want to do engineering and university degree. You'll be placed in an engineering stream at IUPC, where you get your introduction courses, and then there'll also be something known as English for academic purposes for proficient users. Wow, it's a mouthful. So EAPPU is also another program that shall basically make you compatible or rather acceptable in these universities abroad. Instead of doing the TOEFL, IELTS and other English examinations, that's one of the programs you do. In addition, obviously, to the other sciences and courses that you'll do to get you into the engineering class.
Well, do I hear you to be saying that what essentially you're doing is any foundational course that you'd otherwise do in Canada, for instance, you are getting the students to undertake those particular courses. So once they've achieved whatever the requirements are, entry into the university of their choice then becomes easier.
Yes, guaranteed actually.
Guaranteed.
What comes first? Does one first need to get admission into, for example, the Ontario universities for them then to come for this Ontario Secondary School Diploma? Or does one need to come for the diploma first and then start applying for the universities in Ontario?
Begin with us and then you apply for the universities. So I'll just let Tom probably explain that further.
Otherwise, what happens is that Our classes are let me talk about the foundation program, the other foundation program, the International Foundation Year program. The classes are very thematic. I remember when I was in high school, we did like 10 subjects. These days, I don't know how many they do, about 8 minimum or 7. Ours are very thematic. You do what is important for what you're going to study. So our classes are divided into streams. We have the engineering stream, business stream, humanities stream, and then what we call the art and design stream. So the subjects that you find in that stream, every stream has 3 core subjects. So engineering stream, for example, is physics, chemistry, math. Business stream is business studies, sociology, and maybe global studies. So it gives you a pathway, or you only do the subjects that are required for the degree program that you're going to pursue. So there's no mass wasting. And then we have something called EAPPU, which she just mentioned.
The long English thing.
Yes, the long English thing. But in short, we just call it EAP, English for academic purposes. So we don't teach them English. They already have some level of English. We teach them cross-cutting skills that will be important for their studies across the subjects. So at the same time, it performs the function of, it's required by UKVI, for instance, when they are asking for language proficiency. You already have it because it tests listening, reading, speaking, and writing. And then there's a grade for every sub-test, and then the overall grade. So it's very deliberate. For the high school, for the OSSD, we call it OSSD. Canada has, every province in Canada or territory has its own system of education. So our preferred one is the Ontario Secondary School Diploma. So it's a high school diploma. Actually, if I'm correct, it will take you to any university in the world, not just Canada. Because if you do KCSE, we wouldn't say KCSE is just for Kenya. So it's universally accepted.
Recognized.
Yeah.
Okay, so how long has this been in existence, and how was it created? For a need? Because do we get a lot of students who are going to some of these other countries, studying abroad, and then having to find that, okay, there's a little bit of something that you don't have? And then was that created out of that experience where there were so many people who said, okay, we needed to have done a little bit extra for us to actually start a university education? How long has it been, and how did that start?
So as my colleague mentioned, it's been there for about 40 years now internationally, and then in Kenya specifically, our institution, about 4 years, heading on to 5. And this need was there because they wanted to create a program that's transnational, a program that will connect all students, you would say, and then progress them to universities, these specific top universities, which is the foundation year program.
So I get it that, for example, if we look at the IFY, it's a requirement by universities in the UK, in Australia, New Zealand, for you to get some certain level of proficiency. And that's a requirement for you to even apply. Okay? So this is where now you say that you first need to come to IUPC.
Yes.
Take the IFY, get that certification, then you apply for universities in the UK, in Australia, in New Zealand. That means that you'll have to have decided I want to go and study somewhere in any of these 3 countries.
Yeah, first of all...
So how do you... The question I want to ask is, how do you ensure that the person who's coming to you, this young teenager who's coming to you, is actually in their right sense?
Yes.
Are they making the right decision? Because this is a very important decision that is being made here.
Yeah, actually our program is very, very important, Erica, because previously, let me say, part of why we exist as an institution in country, at the height of COVID, it became even more challenging to live along these other grade requirements. It became even more challenging for students to transition abroad. So part of our mandate was to be a solution to the COVID question in terms of progression abroad. Some students could not quite cope with online learning. Others could not transition abroad. So they were stuck. At the same time, they were not interested in studying locally. So when we started it, even at the height of COVID, ours was in person. But of course, with all COVID security checks observed. So it's also an incubator for students before they progress abroad. because we have top-notch facilities. Even the teaching method is deliberately structured like the same way it would be taught in a Western world universities, the way you teach them. There's no rote learning. The classes are structured such that there is class discussion. You can take a back seat as a tutor, and then the students run the class once they're guided. So when they go out there, they don't get a culture shock, because we've had cases, and they're very common, of students who go out there, get a culture shock, they don't cope, they are deported, So at the tail end of it, we are able to socialize these kids or these students
into the life that they are likely to go and get
whether
there,
socially or academically.
That's a good one. Yeah. My question is actually before. Okay, so this is a young person who is maybe in Form 3, Form 4, or they've just cleared and they've gotten their results, and they have this big ambition and dreams to go and study engineering. And they're looking at the universities that they'd like to go and study engineering. Some of them are in the UK, some are in the US, some are in Canada, some are in Germany, wherever. And they hear about IUPC, and they come to you and they say, I'd like to, do some programs that can then take me. How do you walk this teenager through those steps? And of course, maybe sometimes they've come with a guardian or parent. How do you walk these two people into that proper decision making and knowing that this is actually the right program for me to do because this is where I'm heading?
All right. For we have external partners, the University Consortium. The University Consortium is made up of some of the top-tier universities globally. The founders of this program are members of the Russell Group of universities, which are some of the research-intensive universities in the UK. And you're talking of Manchester, talking of Leeds, Liverpool, Queen Mary University, London, Birmingham, Aston University, those big names. And overall, actually our progression routes are 5. Major ones are UK, US, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada. And then we have, it comes with a package of about 55 universities, 9,500 courses. So how do you decide which university to go to? First of all, we have an online tool called the NCUK Course Finder. So you simply Google, all you need is your smartphone. You key in the course of the country you want to go to, and then it gives you all the universities that are there, grade requirements, but that's not all. So that narrows down the search. So out of 9,500 programs, you are able to zero in on 1 or 2 or 3 that you are interested in. But then studying abroad, and like locally, where all you need is fill in an application form, pay 2,000 shillings or 3,000, and then you're admitted. Transitioning abroad comes with a bit of paperwork. You have to convince the admission tutors that you know what you're getting into. If you want to be a medic, for instance, that's one of the most challenging, because we have about 8 campuses offering a medicine. Why do you want to be a doctor? Which we don't do here. We have students going to med school and dropping out. So they're a house of papers. So we need to walk them right from week 1. For example, to transition abroad, you need like five documents for you to transition. First of all, you need to do your passport, which is automatic. Secondly, you need previous grades, because you transition after doing either Form 4 or grade 11 or 12 or 13. So you need to do, you need to write your CV in an essay format. That document is called a personal statement, or a statement of purpose. You have to convince the panel. The other one is, we don't wait for the results to come out for you to be admitted. We do what we call the predicted grades. We map out, we say, this student is likely to get an A in this subject, a B in the other, so on and so forth. So that is what is used.
So this figuring out, what do you use? There must be a basis for you to predict, or to, what is it?
Yeah, we look at your previous performance.
Yes.
We also give them a few in-house tests, and then we give you, like, if you have a B, give you the benefit of doubt, we can give you 1 grade ahead
What do the tests determine? Are you looking for the IQ? Are you looking for are you testing their memory? Are you testing their ability to comprehend? What do these tests determine?
Yeah, they're largely competency-based tests. We look at within the subject area. Let me say the normal continuous assessment tests. They are taught 1 or 2 topics. They get a test while the memory is still alive. So whatever they score, we compare with their history, and then map out something close to what they've attained. Yeah.
And the understanding here is the previous grades may not necessarily have given a true account of what the students' capacities are.
Of course, that's why we take it a notch higher. You might have gotten a C somewhere, but from experience, we've seen students moving from a C, getting an A. So after a few tests, we are able to get a median and give you, and then we also look at the grade requirements for various courses. So that helps us also advise them. So you don't just choose a university randomly. For the same course, you'll find that a university requires an A, or we also have something called an A star. That's an 80 plus. Yeah, that is an exceptional performance. So we give you something commensurate with your ability, or slightly higher, because every student has a chance to improve. So we give you the benefit of doubt, give you a grade ahead. Yeah, but of course, that will give you admission, but it's a conditional admission.
It is conditional.
Yeah, the condition being you have to meet there.
The actual result will still matter.
Exactly. The other document, talking of documents, would be a reference letter. So we have to write for you a reference letter. How do we know you? What co-curricular activities were you involved in?
Who's writing the reference letter? You or the school?
Well, every student is assigned a mentor who is a faculty member. So 5-6 students per tutor. So he has a conversation with them. We have mentorship meetings periodically. So you're able to have some one-on-one interview with the student, know that this one, while I was in high school, I was doing this program, I was involved in MUN, for instance. But it's not enough to be involved in the co-curricular activities. What matters for the admission tutors is, while being involved in that activity, what skill did you acquire? Or what soft skill did you acquire, and how does it relate to your chosen career? So that's very important. Yeah. So the personal statement you need to convince them, even why do you choose this particular country? Is this program not offered in your home country? What are your post-study plans? Right. So it's actually an essay of about 4,000, not more than 4,000 characters, which they write. They develop gradually, and that's even as important as the grade when it comes to admission to university.
Eric, are we going to a break here?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a break. When you come back, we'll continue this conversation. City will have a couple of questions. We'll also ask a couple of questions, just trying to understand. And in fact, if we can get some case studies where you can tell us, about students that have come to you and where they've ended up and what's happened and how the journey was like for them. Many people like to hear stories. That's what becomes believable, right? Our guests this morning, Tom Olang, he's the academic manager, and Vanessa Amolo is the student recruitment and marketing manager at the International University's Pathways College. What's that address again?
Number 3 Kanjata Road.
Number 3 Kanjata Road.
Off James Kishuru Road.
Off James Kishuru.
Lavington.
Hey, my friend. In this Nairobi. Yeah. We'll continue shortly. Keep it here.
Thank you.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to
Kenyans abroad, sending money home should be simple and stress-free. Stay connected back home. Open your Credit Bank Nyumbani Diaspora account today by visiting www.creditbank.co.ke. Just a few clicks and you're all set to send love and support back to your loved ones. And that's not all. Explore a world of possibilities, including investment opportunities. It's fast, easy, and secure, bringing you closer to the moments that matter most. Visit creditbank.co.ke or call +254 70 907 2000 to learn more. Credit Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
The weather with SpiceFM.
The sun is beating through this Tuesday morning, 13 and partly sunny in Nairobi, highs of 27. And we'll see highs of 26 and partly sunny in Nakuru at 15. It's 14 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 26, and at 14 it's sunny in Eldoret, highs of 24. Mombasa is partly sunny at 23 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 28. In a partly sunny Malindi at 24, and it's 20 and partly sunny in Kisumu with highs of 32. We'll see highs of 30 and a partly sunny Kakamega at 18. It's 19 and cloudy in Kampala with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam is cloudy at 21. We'll go to highs of 29. Johannesburg at 9 is cloudy, highs of 21. And it's sunny at 27. In Mogadishu with highs of 31 and lows of 25. While it's 12 degrees in Addis, we'll see highs of 21. Lagos is mostly cloudy at 25, going to highs of 29. And it's clear at 24 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 32.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
A special report.
Good morning, kid. Leo, to pay our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders, eh?
Ku access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
All right, so traffic starting to build. We are stepping into traffic hour right now, driving into it for all intents and purposes. It's busy coming off of Jogo Road going towards Landis, and we're seeing some traffic coming in from Langata Road on this side, Lusaka on the other. Everybody joining onto Uhuru Highway today into the CBD. Coming in on the Thika Superhighway just from the Outer Ring Junction, heading out towards the CBD. You're going to get stuck in that underpass traffic. And also on Kiambu Road, traffic is coming in through towards Muthaiga Square, starting to build up on Limuru Road coming in from Muthaiga. Wayaki Way is busy. We're looking at traffic coming in from James Gishuru, near where you'll find number 3 Kajata Road. It's busy this morning. Also coming in from Naivasha Road, busy going towards Ngong Road. Keeping an eye on all of this morning. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Conversation continues with Tom and Vanessa City.
Yes.
You had a question.
Yes.
A burning one.
Everything that I've heard here is lovely, but there's this small thing that always creeps up when we have these discussions called cost. And so far, we've been very student-centric. But this is where now the parents come in. Yes. And because you want to study this, you want to study this, everything is really good.
Yeah.
How expensive is it?
What cost are you asking about?
I think
the cost of university abroad or cost of IUC?
I've asked that question generally for a very specific purpose. I want to be vague so that our guests
don't go to the Hague.
Yes. So that our guests can choose what they want to answer.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Siti, for that important question. I think the question would have been, how cheap is it? There's this saying that if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Now, ordinarily, if you are to do this course in the UK, hypothetically, you need upwards of 18,000. If it's a cheap school, probably it's £16,000. Do the math, £16,000 per year. For upkeep, you need £1,000 a month. £1,000 a month. Let's just talk of
so another
12,000.
That's £12,000 for upkeep for the year.
Yes, £1,000 alone is
So
around
if you do that maths, you're talking
£170,000.
£30,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
So even a Kenyan, an average Kenyan, does not earn even half of £1,000. You see, doing it in country is significantly important because the parent saves up 60 to 70% of that cost. No flights, no visa, no accommodation. The tuition fee reduces by about 70%. We are talking of about £850. In terms of Kenya shilling, probably we're talking about 1.2 million for the whole program for non-science. For sciences, we're talking about 1.35 million because science is a bit expensive.
Per year?
That's per year. Actually, the program classroom time takes 9 months. Okay? The full cycle, including university transition, takes a whole year. And what I need also to mention is that if you are to do this program is also an equivalence of what we call A-level, AS and A-level, or ASA2. That A-level program in the international school system takes 2 years and leads you to Leeds or whichever university. The foundation programs takes 1 year, leads you to the same classroom. Okay.
So this is shorter.
It's shorter.
Right.
And more cost effective. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I've heard something that you've said there, and correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that even those who are at the O level, and they're considering A level, that this is an alternative.
This is an alternative.
And it's
even those who've done cases,
a more viable alternative.
Exactly.
Okay.
I said it has a guarantee. See, that's the word I liked. It's not just an option; it's a guaranteed.
A guarantee, money back guarantee.
Money hairudi.
That is relative. You see, even our KCSE students can hardly go unless you go to North America. If you go to the UK, Australia, New Zealand, you still have to do a foundation. So why spend and accommodation plus everything? We are talking of not medicine. Medicine would be 8 million, 10 million per year. An ordinary cost would be like 5 million, including accommodation.
Okay.
So why spend 5 million when you can send 1 point something and keep the rest for you
and get the same
and you go to university for 3 years after this.
So to establish that, essentially, and maybe just stop me if I'm wrong, is that you're doing in Kenya what you're going to have to go abroad, whether it is the UK, New Zealand, whatever, you're going to have to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly.
So you're saying cut the time and cut the cost.
Yes.
Do it here, and then you can go and transition, and then you do the university, for 3 years. Am I right?
Exactly. If you are taken aback or probably attracted by all these exotic facilities, or we have them here. So we've literally brought that classroom, which you would have paid an arm and a leg for out there, home. Yeah. So the student has a chance to prepare accordingly. You are in country, you are home with family, By the time you're going there, you're mentally and psychologically or academically tuned for the world out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to, does it pick up from any system? I ask this because, of course, at the high school level, there are not very many, but there are a number of systems that are being used. Of course, there's the KCSE, there's the Cambridge system, there's the one, the IB baccalaureate that's being used. So does it then pick up anybody coming off of those high school systems and then, they're able to make the transition properly?
Actually, that's a good question. That's part of the reason why this program was established. The founders, which is a Russell group of schools, universities, initially it was very difficult for students to transition from various curricula into the UK system, for example. That's where I started, before they got partnerships globally. And so we have entry requirements for all the countries in the world. It's a multi-page document. So you only have to mention the country. We look at that. It shows what is required.
Okay.
The standard one is, so you could transition from KCSE, you can transition from IB, you could transition from, their students, the pass rate for A-level is growing thinner and thinner. That's why this program is bound to be more popular, because it gives students a chance to succeed. You are not judged on the strength of a single set of exams. The assessments are progressive, and then you have the cumulative grade at the end. So, you could pick from year 11 in the international system. You could pick from year 12. You could fail year 13, retrace your steps and succeed. You could transition from KCSE as well. Yeah.
Okay. So. And then I believe you had mentioned, Vanessa, but it is recognized around the world.
Exactly.
So what do you get after that? You get a diploma, you get a certificate. When you're done, and after it's a year, you said.
Yes.
So after the year, with this certificate that you have, you can then present this to another institution and it's recognized that you've already done that, so you're basically getting ahead in terms of your education?
Yes, you are, exactly. As I mentioned earlier, it's a transnational program. So even students probably in Accra, Ghana, probably in Tanzania, Uganda, but we are the only station here in East Africa. So even students from Uganda would prefer to come to Kenya to do the international foundation here, as well as other countries. So it is transnational, recognized everywhere. And the other thing I would probably like to add on about the school fee, for a third of the fee that you would have paid in the UK, probably you can do the same program here. And then additionally, we also have scholarships for students who are brilliant. So if you would wish to apply for the scholarships, you can get some percentage of your school fee in the foundation year program. So that's something we have introduced recently. So in addition to the cost effectiveness, we give you an additional scholarship, which is brilliant, I would say. Yes.
What percentage of the fee is a scholarship?
That will depend.
Up to 100%?
Yes.
We just rolled out something. Let me add on that. We'll give between 15 and 40%, depending on performance. It's a merit-based scholarship. So if you have, let's say, A or A minus, depending on the system, we'll give you 40%. If you have anything B plus, B, we'll give you 30%. If you have B minus, we'll give 15%.
What does scholarship mean? What does it entail? Is the cost going to be reduced on tuition? Is it going to be on board? What is it?
Okay, we have several costs, but of course the main cost is based on tuition. So it's 40% of the tuition fee. So if you give you 40%, for instance, it boils down to around 540,000 shillings. Yeah, that is significant.
That's a good one. So how does one apply for that?
We'll give our contacts, but all the same, all you do is you express your interest, you send us your papers, or your certificates, we verify them, and then we write back to you. Recently, we also co-sponsored the Kenya High National Mathematics Contest, which attracted over 2,000 students nationally. So the winner was from Kenya High, followed by another one from Mangu, and another one from Alliance, and we gave them 100%, 75, and 50% scholarships. So because they're doing KCC.
The Mangu guy got 75%.
The one from Mangu got 75%.
Should have been 100. Okay, so
you do know why he's asking.
He was second place. He was second place.
It's good enough. Before we forget, because we may actually forget, Vanessa, how does one get more information about IUPC website? In addition to coming to number 20, what Kanjata, what?
3 Kanjata of James Gishuru.
Lavington, Nairobi.
Exactly. So I'll just start with where we're located again. So we're clear and you can access us very easily. On James Gishuru, you shall turn on your left when you're coming from Wayaki Way. Then on 3 Kanjata Road, actually it's between Loreto Msongari and Nairobi International School Kindergarten. Smack in the middle, IUPC campus. How you can get information about us, our website www.iupc.edu.com, and then for our social media pages, IUPC Edu. So IUPC EDU.
Okay.
Exactly.
You talked about accreditation and you said, you are accredited globally. And Ndu asked a question which you never answered. So after this 1 year, what am I getting? A diploma, certificate?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Ndu seems to think that you look for a university after getting the certificate. The narrative is different. In our case, for example, students have just started a new academic year. That is something we pride ourselves in, progression. The 5 progression routes and others, including Europe and the Middle East, because we have some UK universities with campuses in the Middle East. We start the application process right away. The 5 documents that I talked about, we start gathering them week 1. So even before they do their final exams, because, for example, if you're applying to the UK for medicine, the deadline is October, some date in October. For all the rest of the courses, I think it's the 3rd week of January. So that's the global deadline. For you to attain an equal consideration in your application, you need to apply before the deadline. So before they finish the course, they already know where they're going. They have provisional admissions. Yeah, so it's pretty much seamless. So you don't wait to graduate for you to know where you're going.
Okay, so what do you have at the end of it?
You have a certificate. We call it the IFY certificate, International Foundation Year Certificate.
Okay.
And if it's a Canadian thing?
A level.
If it's the Ontario?
If it's in Ontario, you call it the OSSD, Ontario Secondary School Diploma. So you can also use it to apply to any other university.
Okay. So the assumption also is that by the time you finish this year, that you're gonna transition directly into university. What if you want to take a break? Can you defer your admission? Can you defer the next, plan that you want to go with?
Yeah, we have students we have case studies of students who, for example, in the last two classes, they say, I've had so much pressure with studies, let me take a year. So others take it on account of age, say, I'm barely, because the age requirement is 17 to 22.
And the upper limit?
The upper limit is 22. So if you're 22, it's not for you. If you are 16, sweet 16, you still have a chance.
If you're 23, sorry.
But if you're 23, you could do the Ontario Secondary School Diploma, because that one, if you're doing it blended or online, it has no age limit. You could do it any age. So
you're saying because of age, some decide to be far.
If you're 16, just to answer those questions, you could take a gap year. We have students taking gap year. So you have your admission.
What is a gap year?
A gap year means you just take 1 year off study. And you don't sit back at home doing nothing. You could be doing community service. There are others who are upskilling. Like some of the students said, out there probably I need to know how to drive. So I'm going to a driving school. I'm going to upskill my computer skills, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Are there different enrollment dates for the different programs?
Yes, we have 2 enrollment dates. We have the main one being September intake, or let me say August, September. Right now, our enrollment is ongoing up to the end of the month. Then targeting students from the international curricula who do exams in October and November, as well as KCSE students. We have also a January intake. We start intake right away. We very soon will start enrolling for January. So you don't have to wait to do your KCSE exams. You could use your mock results. You could also have your teachers predicting your grades, you see. And we use that. We trust the teachers to do the right thing.
So Form 4 candidates can already start applying
now
ahead of January.
Yes.
With their mock results, with their predictive grades and all.
Exactly.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Good ones. Now, City ask.
Whenever one talks about studying abroad and university abroad, we've spoken as though when you talk of tuition money, when you talk about accommodation, that all those who would wish to partake of your services come from Nairobi. What if somebody applies and they do not have a place to be domiciled in Nairobi? What do you do with such a person?
Good question, City. We have had students from as far as Uganda, lately, in other countries. We've partnered with accommodation providers. So in our case, we've partnered with Kwetu and Kejani. So where our campus is located, our preferred student accommodation or student residences, we have Kwetu at Parklands, and there's a new one along Riverside Drive, Chiromo. Then there's another one, Hurlingham. So our students reside there. So we have a signed MOU with them. So any students who wants to board, actually we have students from Nairobi who are boarding, just to start getting used to being independent. Because part of this program is to train you to be independent. Even the way our academic programs are structured, 50% is independent learning, 50% is supervised learning, where you have your term paper, we have breakout areas for students where they do their research outside classroom hours. Yeah.
So, case studies now. First, how many students can you have at any one go at your campus?
We can, if the campus is full, we can have up to 150 students. Yeah. Yes, across the various streams.
Vanessa, you're the storyteller now. Tell us the stories.
So, you mentioned case studies.
Yes.
We've had a couple of students going to top universities, especially from the first 2 cohorts, since the admission for the 3rd cohort is still ongoing. So, the first 2 cohorts, we had a specific student who was among the 70 students we had at the time, about 70 to 80, if I'm correct, from the M-Pesa Foundation. That was our first cohort, which was quite brilliant, and the performance was excellent. So these students, in as much as they weren't from well-off backgrounds, as you would imagine, got admission to IUPC and then progressed to universities abroad. One of them being Benson, who went to Leeds University. He's studying engineering, if I'm not wrong. So there is that one. And then there's generally every year we have about 90% progression rate. Obviously, there's some students who wish to have a gap year, other students who wish maybe I would just stay in Kenya, different reasons. But 90% guarantee our students progress to university. So that's the case study and, examples that I would give from IUPC.
Are there instances where someone applies and you don't admit them?
Okay, do I take that?
Yeah. So whoever takes it.
There have been such instances because there's this misconception that foundation courses are for those who have failed. So that if you're an underachiever, go and do foundation. It's like a parent saying, oh, this child is lazy. Teacher, give him more homework, things like that. But the university partners have put a ceiling on entry requirements because your history will follow you wherever you go. You need to first attain a credit, or shall I say a C, in 5 subjects. And then we also look at English. What is your performance in English? But of course, English cannot deter you. There's also a placement test called Password, which we administer. If you pass it, Password. So there are students who did not necessarily attain the 5 C's. If probably you have only 1 C or 2 C's, you may not get it. But we've had a case where a student got 3 C's or 4 C's, and maybe something that is not science oriented or something. So we have a pipeline called NSC, non-standard entry. So I write to our partners, they look at it on a case-by-case basis. Then probably the other grade that is not a C is probably close to a C, say a D. Then that you're given a benefit of doubt and admitted in those conditions. And the condition sometimes is you just made aware that you might not compete for some top tier universities, but you'll get a chance nonetheless. When we talk of guaranteed access, any students who get 3 credits or 3 C's in the core subjects, it's within your rights to get placement within the network of universities. So that's what we mean.
So that's where the guarantee is.
That's where the
guarantee. But you're saying throughout this 1 year, you're working hard to make sure that they are placed at universities.
Yeah. So is there also support that comes along with these other things? Because you talk about the 5 documents that you're going to have at the beginning. There's also the question about then travel documents, visa requirements, and things like this. Scholarships for onward, education if necessary. Is there support that comes along with that, or look?
Yes,
we have a certificate and you're done.
We have what we call a dedicated support on campus, and that's something that is because. Attaining whatever grade is as good as transition. So we have a student support team on campus, about 3 of us, monitoring all these documents, giving the students accommodation. Support comes by way of visa application, searching for universities, doing the application itself, choosing accommodation, and everything else. Then we also have a support team in the UK who work directly with parents as well as students. So that is what makes it successful.
Okay.
I wanted to ask on the guarantee, but you already answered on that guarantee. And so now let's just recap. Number 1, the website is www.iupc.edu.com. And then the physical address
3 Kanjata Road.
3 Kanjata Road, off James Gishuru.
Exactly.
Okay. Higher. And then the social media pages?
IUPC EDU. IUPC Edu.
Okay.
Yes.
And you're saying that anybody who's thinking of, you want to study abroad and you want to, of course, know how to then get a pathway into the universities abroad, talk to IUPC, you have a chance.
Exactly.
Go to any of those 5 countries. Yeah, including Europe and the Middle East.
Very good.
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us today. It's been a very interesting conversation.
Thank you so much for having us.
Tom Olang is the academic manager, while Vanessa Amolo is the student recruitment and marketing manager at the International University Pathways College, IUPC. We've been talking about that, about pathway programs for universities abroad. You're thinking of studying abroad, you need to talk to IUPC, and that's why we had invited them this morning. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. Very good morning to you. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Former presidential candidate Muhammad Dida, who twice reigned for the sit in 2013 and 2017, is serving a 7-year sentence in a U.S. prison for stalking and threats. Dida is detained at the Big Madi Correctional Center, where he has been held since November 18th, 2022, after being found guilty of stalking and intimidating an unidentified individual in the Midwestern U.S. state. A petition that Dida had filed seeking freedom to practice his religion reveals that Big Madi is the 3rd facility to hold Dida. Here's Mwalimu Dida as he was seeking for presidency during the 2013-2017 elections.
Kama China itudai, baadaye deni ikiwa nyingi, si China inaweza enda kotini iseme Kenya ni yangu. Kama mtu atakuwa kama umechukua deni kutoka mtu, kama umechukua deni 2,000 kutoka mtu, alafu ile wakati ya kulipa imefika, utaweza kupita barabarani? Hata wanasikia mbaya. Sasa hii deni Kenya inachukua kutoka China, itafika wakati tutakuwa koloni ya China.
Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli has been found guilty of violating the orders of the court and will be sentenced on Friday this week. The Nairobi court gave the ruling after Masengeli failed to appear before court for the 6th time now. Masengeli had been asked to appear in court to explain the whereabouts of 3 people from Kitengela area. Lawyer Nelson Havi has asked the court to fine Masengeli for breaking the law.
To sentence the holder of that office to the highest permissible penal consequence. And if 6 months is the highest permissible penal consequence, it must be cumulative for the 5 orders hitherto disobeyed. And fundamentally, my lord, this is not a personal office. It is a public office. So that as you convict and sentence, my lord, ought to make a declaration of violation of the Constitution.
And on his part, Professor Fred Ogola has called on senior government officials to respect the law despite their status.
I want to tell the Inspector General, wherever he is, and all the police service, and all government authorities, is our constitution helpless before you because you have power and money, or that constitution still remains supreme? So is our constitution impotent before this matter where rights or lives is being violated?
His legal team has told Judge Lawrence Mugambi that he is currently engaged in a security operation in Wajir County to demonstrate that he respects the court's summons for the case. Deputy Inspector General of the Kenya Police Service, Eliud Lagat, appeared in court on behalf of Masengeli.
We are not sure what the case with you is that contempt proceedings
and criminal in nature. And the warrant is normally issued for one who's in contempt of breaching regulations, and as you have urged, is that you issue the highest sanctions.
The High Court has issued a stay prohibiting any from implementing or acting on the privately initiated Adani proposal of a JKIA pending the conclusion of the court case. The Law Society of Kenya and Kenya Human Rights Commission moved to court to block the controversial takeover of JKIA by India's Adani Enterprises. Adani Enterprises Limited submitted a proposal on March 1st, 2024 to take over the running and management of JKIA. And in the international scene is that former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are ready to meet in person for the first time at tonight's presidential debate. After President Joe Biden decided to drop out of the race, Trump said on social media that he had terminated plans with ABC and reached an agreement with Fox News on a debate against Harris that would have been held on Wednesday last week. Harris, meanwhile, said that she was sticking to the initial ABC debate set for tonight. The Trump-Harris presidential debate will air live on ABC, which is hosting the event, as well as Fox, NBC, and CBS. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so it's busy in the city this morning. Traffic is really doing that thing today. Looking at traffic coming off of Magadi Road, coming down Langata Road, and then out towards past the Uhuru Langata Road Gardens interchange. That's busy. As you then get out towards Raila Odinga Way, there's traffic which goes on over the City Mortuary roundabout and then onto Uhuru Highway. Very busy traffic this morning. Also, the same thing we're seeing on the Thika Superhighway. Traffic coming in from Garden City, and Kiambu Road as well is busy, coming in from the Northern Bypass. Well up there, guess where? Thedegua. There's traffic and it's heavy coming through into the CBD. On Limuru Road as well, traffic. Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, all of that is doing the business this morning, as well as coming off of Waiyaki Way, Gong Road. Everywhere you look, basically, we are in traffic hour, and you can tell just by the hold up that we see coming off of the Eastern Bypass. There's traffic as well going towards Outer Ring and then touching on the Cabanas interchange. All right, we're keeping an eye on all of this morning. See what happens as we get through traffic hour. Talk to us in the meantime about what you see. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7:08. Thank you for keeping it locked on Spice FM, on KTN, on YouTube, on Facebook, where else? On X, on TikTok, on Radio Garden. I've seen someone saying that Radio Garden has been having some issues. We have reported to the authorities, and the authorities will take action. Appropriate action will be taken. We can assure you no stone will be left unturned. Yeah, we shall investigate this conclusively and make sure that our signal is back on Radio Garden. Someone saying they had an issue. It's those ones. Yeah, it's those ones. Our next conversation is going to be about education and the education sector. Our guests are coming in. They are going to sit down shortly, and then we will introduce them. But as they sit down, let's remind you that this is the second day of 3 days of national mourning that were announced by President William Ruto. This is just paint the picture here. You're a parent, you take your child to school, and then you hear that there's a fire in that school. You, of course, do the thing that parents will want to do. You rush to the school. You get there. You see some parents with their children. You don't see your child. You ask questions, and none are forthcoming. You're told that there are some children who have burnt to death in that fire. They are beyond recognition. That now their bodies have been taken to a mortuary, and the next thing that will happen is they'll have to be identified through DNA. This is your own child who has to be identified via DNA. So you're being told, can you give us your DNA sample so that we can identify whether one of these 19 charred remains that we have here is of your child. Now, can you imagine the agony that these parents are going through? And that's why it's important for us to talk about what exactly is this that's happening, not just there. When you hear that it's going to take a month to identify the bodies, we say, is that good enough? When you have all those questions that are, being asked, so what exactly happened? What led to this? This is not the first incident of fire in schools where children have died.
No.
How many more? And what is the cause of all this? And that's why we've invited our two guests. Beatrice Elachi is the Member of Parliament for Dagoretti North constituency, and Dr. Maina is the Secretary General of the Parents Association in Kiambu County. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's obviously these 3 days, it's national mourning, but the mourning will continue for very many days for very many people. And as happens in this country, we will forget. And the most, the saddest bit of it is that those who should not forget are the ones who are going to forget quickest. And that's why you're here, so we can discuss it. I just want to give you each a moment to, pass on your condolences to the school community, the parents, and everyone else. Starting with you, Mheshimiwa Beatrice.
Thank you, and good morning. Yes, as I say, it was a dark Friday, that very heartbreaking, that, as you say, we will forget. But I just want to give my condolences. And I always say, we just give it by mouth, my dear parents, because we have no idea what you're going through. It's only God who knows what you're going through. It is sometimes very difficult to imagine as a parent today of Hillside. Questions, many, yes, but also with no answers. And so I would say the psychological, the emotional is not as good as we would think as a country. We put 3 days of mourning, but then we will finish, but they will mourn forever. Because I saw the other day how we mourned our Moi girls. And when this girl came on social media graduating, it awakened another spirit. I looked at that social media, the parents who lost their children. It was not very good.
Yeah.
So it means that nobody ever forgets.
Yeah.
But it can be a testimony for us that can we try our best now as a country, that these children must be the last for us to ever talk about safety of children, and not just on fire, because there are many other things that happen that needs safety, and be the last in schools, that
Indeed.
We can lose young babies, children.
Indeed. Yeah. Dr. Maina.
On Friday, we are wakened up by cries of some of our parents who had taken their children to school, but now they had been awakened by a call that nobody could have wanted to hear in the position of being a parent. As a parent association, we are so saddened because we are parents. We have no words, and I know now the words we may talk may not make sense to anybody who have lost a child. There are times that words cannot comfort. And when you lack words of comfortable words to somebody who have got this kind of loss, we'd only like to imagine that our government and the Minister of Education, they'll take it seriously, very seriously, than they have ever taken it before. Personally, we don't want to blame anybody. We would like to give the government time to inspect and do what is supposed to be done. But we know and we think if somebody ever slept in their job, they should now be taken in for questioning and asked why this might have happened. As Mheshimiwa has said, I think, could this be the last? We are wishing it could be. Because in Kenya, things keep on recurring. Matters have recurred from Shaguri, Boboluru, and our tears are on and on. Parent, try to accept that this has happened. Those are the most comforting words that I will give you from the Parent Association, because I know it is very difficult to accept. But this is the only option that we are left with.
That's true. Now, CT is going to give us the day's proverb. Every week he goes to one African country and then gives us proverbs from that country. He has decided in the last couple of weeks that he's going to look at countries that border oceans.
Yes.
In the continent of Africa. That is the Indian Ocean.
And the Atlantic. The Atlantic, yes.
Okay.
Somebody may...
Because the Mediterranean is not an ocean.
Well, no, but the oceans feed into it. It's like the Gulf of Eden. Someone will tell you that it's the Mediterranean, but it is part of the Atlantic. You may not like, or the Gulf of Eden, it is part of the Indian Ocean.
The Red Sea is not an ocean.
It will remain red.
So in which country are we this week?
We are in the Federal Republic of Somalia.
Okay.
A country with an extremely rich history. Okay. And a country which has had a very tumultuous past, rising from the ashes of colonialism, where there are two colonial masters, the Italians, the British, or let me get it in order, the British, the Italians, and then when they got their independence, a lot happened, and it wasn't for the good. It's only now that the country is actually beginning to recover. Okay. The mouth doesn't, if a mouth, let me start again. Here I am mixing myself up. It's one of those mornings. You know, when you talk of tragedy, your mind tends to travel very many distances and thinks very many things. A mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up.
A mouth that does not belong to you cannot be shut up. Now, the job that you have, Dr. Maina, is to give us your own interpretation of that proverb. But because you're a guest and Beatrice has been here before, we're going to start with her. What's the interpretation of this one?
You were thinking. No, her reaction, she thought, well, since Mheshimiwa has been here with us, we're going to give her pass.
Oh, God. So the mouth that does not what?
A mouth that doesn't belong to you.
It doesn't belong to me.
Cannot be shut up.
Cannot be shut up.
Yes.
So are you telling me that because
everything think through? Maybe Dr. Gaithuru has...
Because what I was about to say might be a mouth that will shut me up.
I
Okay. I need to rephrase.
Okay. I think I may guess, because I think in guessing everybody is light. And I think a mouth that doesn't belong to me, I may not be able to control it. And if we are talking in the perspective of mourning, then of course that is you cannot shut a mouth that is full of sorrow. You cannot shut a mouth that cannot contemplate what has happened. And I think in my own take is that now our parents who are crying, who their mouth are wide open, they are perturbed. They can no longer comprehend that there's a government, there's a management in a school that is taking care of their children, they cannot be shut up, because I think in my own thinking is this, that it's too much to comprehend, it's too much sorrow to bear. So I think we unless we devise some methodologies on how any wording that we speak today cannot make sense.
That's a good one.
So, my thinking is that in the many things we agonize on as Kenyans, we ask ourselves, we have a good constitution, a progressive one. I don't know, we have this law and this law and this law. Then we enter into an animal called the government, which is not the president, it's a government. So people will come and say, the government is the president, the government is the army, the government is this. But we are unable completely to shut and realize which one can guide us properly to where we want to go. And maybe that is why we are antagonized so much, that while we will want to see good things in Kenya, this mouth, we are unable to get it properly and see how to deal with it. That's how I look at it.
There are too many mouths.
Too many.
And instead of talking the right words, they're eating.
Just
okay. Let's talk about our education sector. And, we said that this topic is going to be about looking at our education sector and whether it's in shambles or not. Ndu, this is your pet topic. Give us the introduction and the lay down for it.
Well, let's look at this from a point of view of what the calls have been over the last couple of days. In my opinion, a little bit too late. It's not necessary that a tragedy has to occur or that things seem to be going down the rabbit hole before now somebody says, let's do something about it. If we look at one of the stories that's in the dailies today, the Education Ministry has been directed by the courts to establish standards and quality, to establish a Standards and Quality Council in the next 2 months. So if there has been a call for that, then means obviously that the standards and quality are below par. They are not where they need to be in this country. Whether we talk about it from the very basic level until the top, or if you want to go from the top and come down to the bottom, at every level something is wanting. Now, if we look at quality and standards, just 5 short years ago, we had a tragedy, just like this one, where young children in a constituency that neighbors yours, children died. A school collapsed in broad daylight. And we were waiting to hear, all right, what is the state of schools around the country? We still are yet to know what the true picture is. We've had schools burned down. We've had children die. We have had, today, unanswered questions. This is happening alongside capitation not going to schools in the manner in which it's supposed to go. We have a funding model which doesn't work at the higher level of education. We have no quality assurance in schools, for which gets the lion's share of the national budget every year. 640 billion shillings this financial year is what has been allocated to education, and unfortunately we cannot see what equals 640 billion unfortunately. And so everything that happens adds on to an already terrible situation, and the question must be, why is there such a dismal performance when it applies to the very pillars of the foundation of this society, which is the education of children? It's not good. And that's being very polite. What is happening and what needs to be done to start to pick away at this problem? Some of the things that we talked about. You, Mweshimiwa, said a couple of days ago that children in primary school should not board. They should be next to their families, and they should be next to their parents or their guardians. These are all so many issues which are so layered. There is too much going wrong in the education sector for no attention to be paid to it. Where do we begin?
Okay. I begin this way. That one, before I even say anything, I think we have to go back to ourselves and ask, do we have a human heart first of all, for our children, all of us as parents, because it's a question that will hover all of us, will have to reflect in us. Because one thing we have to understand, children need love. That's all they need when they are children. They need just love. And so when you look at now what we are going through, and I know parents will say we have challenges, I have work. True, we have work, we have all this. And I think the most important thing that everyone must ask, he or she, especially when we have children in boarding schools who are, let's say, for example, primary school, which I have too, St. George's and Nairobi Primary. But I'll tell you, every day we walk in the school and it's different than, I don't want to equate other boarding schools, but I'll tell you, it's more like home when you enter those schools. So if we want really to put our young babies in boarding, let's make the school then a home, not just a school, a home, because this child moves on. And you imagine right now how our children are very young in school. You find that a child is 8 years, is already in grade 4 or 3. And you're 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8-year-olds.
That's how they are, very young. You don't know how to even do your panties, your vests. You have no idea even how to wash. Now, I have put you into a Kenyan school, which is okay. But this Kenyan school has no capacity to bring you now the right caregiver who will be in this school for these children who are from the age, let me say, age 10 coming down. They won't have. They will be taught exactly the way age 13, who is a teen, who is trying to think of his life, and who is also going to have challenges, because that is the time. There are 3 key things that age is also dying for. 1, to identify himself or herself. 2, to ensure he starts understanding these relationships. Okay. 3, and he's coupling with all these things, and he wants to know, and he's there. That's the time you'll hear them telling you, I need my room. So you have to explain, because maybe you won't have a room. But you'll sit down and say, yes, I understand, which is good. Because you realize he's starting to identify, or she's identifying herself, that I am now growing. I need my room, I need this, and they will always have. Boys become conservative. So if you're in a boarding school, you tell me how you have somebody now to care for you at that age. And I think that is why I felt with CBC being domiciled so much in primary school up to year 9, why can't we just have them in day schools, so that as they go to high school in year 10, it will be better for them. But then the other thing we must agree and say all of us leaders have failed is quality assurance. Because when we had the first fire, those days of Bombolulu, those days, what quality assurance did we put in? The standards. Do schools follow standards that they have been given? And is there someone who follows through to check every school? Let's say when the year starts, you come in and check. You have now admitted more than you had last year. So let's say, for example, Kenya High, when they were admitting Form 1s, we have 900. You tell me.
900 Form 1s?
Form 1s. And you tell St. George's, 610. It means everything expanded beyond what Mwalimu can accommodate. So have we ensured, has the ministry ensured at that time, we have standards for the school. We have, that time you'll find your dome the way Hillside now is. That dome will be absolutely with more than kids you were expecting. Because there's no infrastructure we added when they were coming in. So that's where the challenge now starts.
I think it's interesting that you say that, and I think we just need to clarify something, because I've seen a comment here on social media, and I need to make it very clear that when we talk about standards and we talk about quality, that there is no council for standards and quality in Kenya. today has not been established. Justice Lawrence Mugambi yesterday said the ministry should appoint officers to the council as required by Section 64 of the Basic Education Act.
Yeah.
He said failure by the ministry to establish the council was an affront to the rule of law and principles of governance. They've been given 60 days to set up the Education Standards and Quality Assurance Council, which is ESCAC, within 2 months. It does not exist.
It just brings us to what happens in this country. We are very, very, very good at thinking, designing, but never good at, following through and implementing. So, in the very brilliant thinking of the drafters of that law, they said, we need standards, and then the standards, we're going to have it premised in a council that is sort of semi-autonomous and independent, that brings in various actors who will be overseeing the standards and quality assurance in our schools. Not established. Those are questions that you...
The department exists.
Yes, it does.
That's the thing. I want to come to you, Dr. Maina. As parents, you are critical stakeholders in a school, okay? So, this man used to be chair of a board of management of a school. Have they approached you again?
Been a head teacher.
Have they approached you again to... So this man has served as a head teacher. Head of the school.
Head teacher.
And chair of the board
of management, yes.
And you have then of course looked at, and you're a parent,
yes,
and you're therefore a member of the Parents Association,
yes.
Okay, Dr. Maina, as parents, do parents have a say in how a school is run, managed, governed?
A parent has a controlled say. Let me start from there. Controlled say because they are the financier. They give the finances to the administration, and it's good that one person in this studio had been a manager. He will clarify where I'll be wanting. And parents, when they give money, they have no control of that money whatsoever. The parent association has a PA chairperson in every school, and you find. And I was actually speaking much more outside here. We have a Basic Education Act that was enacted in 2013, and therefore the PA is recognized by our government. But what happens in the say of the parliament, in the say of the parent, when I say it is controlled, is because when you give your finances, you just give it for it to be managed by the managers. We have the Parent Association and we have the BOM. But basically, where the say of the parent is very wanting is because, like, when you take your child in a dormitory, or when you are being admitted in could be, for example, I use a nearby school, St. George's, or could be State House Girls. You never be shown the dormitories, and that's why I'm saying we are controlled in a way that, or we are managed, because no parent will tell you my girl or my boy is staying in this dormitory and the parameters have been checked. So the quality assurance is in shambles. I can say that.
So what does the law say? When the law recognizes that there's going to be a parents' association, in every school, what duties and responsibilities does the law give to the Parents Association?
In the Basic Education, in the third schedule, 6, very specifically, A to F, speaks about the role of the parent, that they shall provide for nutritional value to their children. They shall give the momentaries, that they shall pay for the school fees. They shall also monitor the development in the school. It is now the monitoring where we have a very big gap, because the monitoring will be done by the principal, will be done by the teacher. There are some things that will be wanting, they don't want them to be monitored. So I think there is where we lose our mark. And the Basic Education is very eloquent, and it is very clear on the role of the parent. However, it is the management of that role that sometimes is micromanaged by the administration of the schools. And this makes now the parent, and I'm happy that we have a principal on site, so you'll be able to stamp that they micromanage, because there are things that very serious matters that they want to hide, especially on matters finance. You find that a dormitory that was supposed to be made in this statute, it was supposed to have even to be very friendly to the disabled, to be friendly to every child, because every child has a right. You find that it has not been, everything has not been executed. Our quality assurance are compromised by the Murio wa shilingi. You know, when they see the sharing that, of course, we are the financier, and it is misappropriated even to compromise our education quality assurance officers, because if they had not been compromised, what happened in Ednah could not have happened. What happened in Moi Girls could not have happened, because the space could have been kept, because this is how it is stipulated in the dormitories. You are supposed to live like this. So I think if our law, we are left and given the freedom to man the schools as the act stipulates. Because the act is very clear that we shall have 6 parents elected in an AGM to be members of the BOM, and then we have 3 members also from the PA who are also co-opted during the enactment of our board. Then if that was put in place and then they are allowed to have the freedom, then education could have been then the parent freedom, and then their law could be been executed without any compromise.
Let's take a break. We'll continue this conversation shortly at 26 minutes to 9. We are talking about our education sector. Is it in shambles? And as Ndu has just, given us that background, look, we have had all these tragedies in schools over many years, and every time there is always a promise that this will never happen again. Fires happen, children die in, accidents on the road, buildings collapse in schools, and still we continue seeing them happening. The issue of quality assurance doesn't happen. The issue of how much money is going into our education sector. On paper, this is the one thing that gets the biggest chunk of our budget. And then in practice, it is where also people are eating in the name of ghost teachers, ghost schools, ghost students, and we end up with facilities that are not able even to accommodate our children. What's happening to education sector? Beatrice Elachi, MP Dagoretti North, and Dr. Maina Wakaiduru, Secretary General, Parents Association, Kiambu County.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
A special report.
Good morning, kid. Leo, to pay our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders,
Ku-access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi, 60 degrees. We'll see highs of 27. 27 will be the high in a sunny Nakuru at 18. It's 16 and sunny in Nyeri, highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 24 in a sunny Eldoret. 25 and sunny in Mombasa, 25 and sunny in Malindi. It's 24 sunny conditions, going to highs of 32 in Kisumu. And we'll see highs of 30 in a cloudy Kakamega at 23. 21 and cloudy in Kampala. And 25 and sunny in Dar es Salaam. 11 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny. And Addis Ababa at 17 is sunny. It's a cloudy morning in Lagos at 25, going to highs of 29, and sunny at 24 in Kinshasa, going to highs of 32.
Chilled Spice.
It is a busy morning and we're in the middle of traffic hour. Coming off the Eastern Bypass, heavy traffic going then towards North Airport Road. You'll get on towards the Cabanas interchange and then going on to Mombasa Road, I think you'll be all right. Outer Ring is still busy, as is Kangundo Road. The Thika Superhighway, I think we're going through survey with some heavy traffic, but we should be out of that soon. Limuru Road, very, very busy as you come through towards Muthaiga, and also on Wayaki Way, north of that, Lower Kabete, going towards Spring Valley. It's also very busy. We're looking at traffic on Ngong Road coming in through towards the Junction Mall and then touching on Kingara Road and then out towards James Gishuru continues to be busy. We're still in traffic hour this morning. Let's see what it makes out to be in a short while. Langata Road, also watch out for that as you come past the barracks. SpiceFM KEONX, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Our conversation continues with British Alachi MP and Dr. Maina Wagaiduru, who's the Secretary General of the Parents Association in Kiambu County City.
You know, the problem with education cannot be, we can't even begin the journey of resolving it if all we're doing is reacting to consequences of what has not been done over time. Because this is what we are faced with. The Ministry of Education has very clear guidelines as to 1A, what the size of a classroom should be. They know. And how many students should be in it? 30. Okay, it's known. The Ministry of Education, when you have a rising population like the one we do, which seems to be on the run, should build schools. The Ministry of Education doesn't actually build new schools. They leave the private sector to do that. Okay, now private sector should be monitored to ensure that they meet these standards. They rarely are. So you find classrooms that are the size of a cupboard, and you want students to fit in here with a desk and everything. You actually wonder, do they want the students to learn on top of each other, or do they? Now, I am actually being dramatic about it because if you look at just the burst of our population, the government response to it has been the existing schools must continue having as many students as you possibly can cram into the existing spaces. Now, it's a very, very simple understanding that has been proven by research over time. The reason why you are likely to find that there's a lot of unrest in places where people live in close proximity like slums is because of the human need for space. It's not even complicated. I'm simplifying this thing. If you have young people who are growing, their minds are growing, the understanding is exploding in their heads, and you do not even provide them with what you call that space, and then they have to deal with all these issues, which are consequences of what should be done but is not done. It's always a tinder keg. In fact, if you ask me, we are fortunate that most schools don't have the calamities that we keep having. Because this is something that we've been nurturing. This is something that we ourselves, as Kenyans, have been building. And I say building because parents can demand to see dormitories.
Oh, yes.
Parents can demand to see where it is that the children are learning. Now, in many cases, Kenyans have what we call, I call it a national coping mechanism. You don't ask too many questions. So long as you're not suffering unduly, okay? You suspend your rights. Yes. And you figure, how can we cope with this? Yes,
just
we
get
can.
him by.
It's the pain. It's not too much, but there's pain. But let's just move on. Now, we've institutionalized it.
The at least mentality has been institutionalized.
At least. Yes.
At least work on the
At least. And we keep saying it. And we've internalized it. So now, it requires a calamity of this magnitude for us to say what's happening. But then again, with the coping mechanism, we've learned. We go into public mourning and we really talk.
We make noise.
And we speak and we speak and we look at the Education Act and we talk. Give it a week.
It all goes.
It goes.
Professor George Magoha, what did he do? After Precious Talent, he ordered a crackdown. Inspect all schools
in the
shut down those that do not meet the standard.
Give us a report by the 30th of October.
Yeah.
To date.
But you see, teachers are very intimidating because a parent will try to raise up their hand to ask a question, and then the teacher will cautionary tell them, remember, you are leaving my child with you. You see, that is so intimidating. Yes, this is happening in halls. It has happened in my presence. I have had principals and especially even ladies.
These are in schools, public schools.
Yes. Yes.
Private schools don't have that problem.
So you don't question why you are going to the dormitory, because you're in siasa and we don't like parents who are activists. You will be called an activist because you are asking to know where your child is sleeping. And nobody wants to be labeled. And I think, just to say what we are saying, labeling somebody, Kenyans will fear to be labeled because you are being actually intimidated with your own child, that you are leaving mtoto wangu na mimi.
But I think also we have the PTAs in the schools. And if the PTAs are serious in their schools, they are the ones to tell the other parents how the dorm is. So one of the things I will plead with the PTAs, because in Dagoretti North, by the way, for me, education, you don't bring politics. We don't play those games. I always tell, even the teachers, no, we don't do those things you don't do in school. Because I always tell them, if there is no education, where is this child going? So when you start bringing me all these politics, I'm a politician, yes. But in education, they know, even me, I'm a parent. In fact, when I enter at school, all the things of politics is gone. We don't do those things at you stand, at you can come late as a politician, at we allow you, we started a meeting at this time to stop and restart. Never, not in the Great North. It can never happen. You knew we were coming for a parents' school, a parents' day. We've come, we started. You will find us where you are. We'll introduce you. You sit, we continue. But we cannot stop, give you a time to do a speech. No, not in the Great North. But then, we have started now embracing that education is the only thing you can give a Kenyan child that will push this child to his destiny, her destiny. And so for me, I want to plead with all PTAs across the country. When you go to school, don't be so excited when you see your politician walking in. Be very serious, because what role model are we giving these children? And we want them to go and do their best. I have a problem with only one thing in schools today with teachers, just one. So you decide, because it is in a slum, break will be like for 1 hour. So when I walk in there, I ask, so break is supposed to be, as per the government, breaks in school is 45 minutes. Mm-hmm. So what are children doing up to 12? The bell has rung, they are still in the field. I said no. In my constituency, in fact, teachers in my constituency, they know, and me, I don't tell you I'm coming.
But then you see, Mheshimiwa, this is where now the issue comes in, right? Your role in Parliament is oversight.
Yes.
Do you go back to Parliament and present a report and say, this is what is happening in schools in Dagoretti, and other members come and say, this is the same that's happening in our schools, and it's because of a lack of a quality assurance council?
Now, even
because those are all quality assurance issues. It means that these children, their time that they're spending learning is reduced because they are allowed to play for an extra 25 minutes or 30 minutes.
It's not even the council. Do you know we have officers? A whole department is there. So it's not even about... One thing I have said in Kenya, we like forming things, but when I'm given a desk to do my work, isn't it for me to think through and say, okay, I may lack this tool, but I can create this tool and still do my work?
But that's the problem, Mheshimiwa.
But then I know we are not very many...
not being done.
Especially in Gava, who will think that way. Gava will want to tell you, I need a budget, I need this, I need this. So me, I ask them, fine. It's the same way the PTAs will also tell me, we need a budget. But I ask them, you have your representatives in school. They come, they sit on the board, they do all these things. They represent the classrooms. Parents are able to give money to Kesha and the other team. That money must be shared equally to all of you, because all of you are doing activities in school, not just teachers. But then at the same time, we go back to ourselves as Kenyans. I think the problem is not even all these things we put in place. The problem is us. Us. What do we want for our country? What do we want?
We want people to do their jobs.
We want people to do their job. At the end of the day,
there's no people.
I don't think there's an appreciation.
People need to do their jobs.
Yes, I'm saying
yes.
It's the Kenyan. It's not a people. It is a person called a Kenyan who is supposed to be doing her job.
It's an education officer. It's a headmaster. It is an MP.
Is he not a Kenyan?
Do your jobs.
Is he not a
That's
Kenyan?
That's what we Kenyans want.
All of us.
What we Kenyans want.
Yes.
What we want is that.
Because you went, the other day I asked somebody, did I tell you to go and become a teacher? No.
But
you took it as a career, dedicated that this is my career. This is what I believe in.
I think where we are coming from is I think we don't have an appreciation for just how bad this thing is.
No,
and when we talk about an education officer, for me, what it means, and please stop me if I'm wrong here, and let's use Dagoretti North as an example. If an education officer working within their right, let's say, of quality and standards, goes to, give me a school in Dagoretti North.
Gatina
Primary. Yes. And goes and does an audit of how class is happening between the hours of 8, which is when they normally start, or sometimes 7 o'clock, and then 3 in the afternoon, and sees that there's something wrong. Something is just not quite meeting the mark. Unfortunately, the practice and behavior is, I've gone to the school, I've finished.
Ni watoto wako wangu. Unajua ni wengi sana hawa. Mwalimu amechoka.
Wamemaliza. Wameandika exam. That's it. The bare minimum is what is being delivered, and we are okay with that. I dare say that the person who went, Professor Magoha, may God rest his soul, the person who went and inspected at Precious Talent, they told us, saw that there was a problem and kept quiet and said, I have inspected the school, see it's still standing, and there's children there, they're in school. They've read.
Always the excuse is, you see, this one is serving a community.
It is helping now. So
if I shut down this school, where will these children go? Those are the other sides of the questions that come in. I heard you saying, Weshimo, in Parliament, about a school in your constituency. I don't know whether it's Gatina, where some construction had started, construction stopped. One of those classrooms. Was it you or was it someone else? Classroom had started, classroom had not finished, and now you had to come in and start, initiating, let's complete these classrooms because children. It was Lavington.
Lavington girls.
Yeah, yes. Because students are here and we have got to finish.
Lavington girls.
And there is no accountability for what ought to have happened that didn't happen.
And because there's nobody to demand accountability, it is the same problem of, if we look at take a national outlook, it doesn't matter where you look.
Yeah.
Because there's no insistence on accountability. People are getting away with daylight robbery and murder, basically.
Yeah.
Because there's nobody to push and say, hold on a minute, Eric, you were there. Did you do your job? Somebody's reminding me of a story that we gave last year. A guy's job was to walk into a factory every single day, go to the switch, check. The temperature is supposed to be 23. He makes sure it's 23. If it's 22 or 24, he reports. That's his job. He understands that is what he's supposed to do every single day, because if he doesn't, something is going to go wrong. Now, unfortunately, what has happened is that somebody has been checking. Things have been going wrong, but we've allowed them to keep going wrong until the place where we are today. Children are dying. Education is not being delivered in the manner in which it ought to be. Capitation is not being sent. There are fake schools, there are fake students, there are fake accounts, and it's okay. In what warped world is it okay? That's my question.
So, my only biggest fight with Ministry of Education is just one. Before we even talk about all these other things, can they allow every child in Kenya, does not matter whether you are in Abed school, whatever school you are, can you first have a NEMIS number? A number that says, I am a child, 6 years old, I have joined school. It does not matter whether you are in which school, but first you have joined school. So that we start, let's account for the numbers we have, the children we have, those who are going to school. Then from there on, when we talk of capitation, even when somebody comes here and says, okay, the budget is 600 billion, but you're able to say each child, according to our NEMIS number and data, we have 2 million, 5 million. This is the budget. By capitation, each child will be taking this amount. So if you want to come in as somebody who wants to assist to do, just know this child has this amount, you can assist on this. You can assist on uniform. You can, because that's how the gray area starts. That's where the gray area is completely covered by the ministry. And so even if we say we are giving them 600 billion, we have no idea how we are counting. Is the 600 billion for children capitation? How many? Primary? How many? Nobody will tell you. We've made it.
You're always given
we've used an excuse of saying they don't have, like in the same schools of the slums you're talking about. You realize many of them don't have birth certificates.
Yep.
No.
So the ministry have taken advantage. If there are only 200 with birth certificates, that's the capitation that comes to a school that has 3,600 kids. And so you ask, why would you do that? Then the other mistake we did as politicians is that I go and build schools. I have built schools. You have some schools that have 100 kids. We have others that have, I don't know, less. And we have refused to accept it was wrong. Because you have taken now teachers for 100 kids, and yet there's a school not very far that has more than 700 children, less teachers.
5,000.
But you will be screaming to TSA and saying, I want teachers. Yet when you are planning to build a school, you must put in all these indicators that as I build the school, I will need teachers, I will need staff to come and support these children. So to be honest, we also did a mistake. And when we are going through CBC, we must try and ask ourselves those questions and deal with those mistakes, because we are just spending money. Now, you are supposed to now ensure this school is good, but it doesn't have children. So how do you do that? But when you ask, Mheshimiwa will tell you, the clan on that side cannot school in the clan on this side. Because I sit in the city, I sit in the CDF committee. It's very sad. You go down there, they tell you. Then I ask them, but high school, you're sitting together. Yeah, you're going high school together. There's no high school for your clan, but why is it in primary you want to have your clan in your own school and this other clan in the other school? So all this, as we speak, we have to be very honest, as you say. Yes, we have wronged. We have wronged by making education to become politics.
Yeah.
We wronged there also. As a country, it was very wrong. But then the ministry also, even today, what the ministry has built as a classroom. I wrote to Belio the other day, I said, I'm about to bring down what you build because it is so, as you were explaining it, it is
standards.
Very, you can't even understand. So were you building just to finish, or what was the real agenda? You build a school, and I want you to visit Lavington, because we have not removed it, even though we have put Lavington Girls, it's just there. And look at that classroom Ministry of Education did for us. At that time, there was no stairs to go there. There was nothing.
So it's a classroom on the
first
floor.
It was hanging like this.
But no stairs.
No stairs. Now is when we have come to put in stairs so that we can use. Now, when we build the ones for CDF, the standard now goes, I don't know where. You look at it, it's in the middle of two classrooms. You're wondering, so do we bring it down? What do we do for it to come to this level?
Do you know what you've just described, Mheshimiwa? You've actually answered the question that we sought to look at when we're talking about the state of our education. That right there, you've painted the perfect picture of what our education system has become.
Yeah. It's in shambles.
So I think
systemic failures. Yes, Maina.
Yes, I think I wanted to. There's something she put in, and I did not want to interrupt her when she was talking. And this was about the money collected by Kesha. These are not our welfare for teachers. And there's also money collected by Capture. He was talking about it being shared. But the Act says, one of the rules of the Parent Association is this is the Basic Education Act 6. 2013 6, and says the parent are the ones who are given the mandate even to collect that money. Discuss and recommend measures for the welfare of the people. That is one of them. And then in it says undertake and oversee development projects on behalf of the parent association. Again,
and the moral values.
Yes. And also the parent are mandated to explore ways to motivate the teachers and the pupils and to improve their performance in both academic and co-curricular. They are supposed to collect money, but now money is collected by other welfares, and in the presence of this act, which I would say that has been raped, abused by other people, in the presence of members of parliament, because we have a basic education. We also have a committee for education in parliament that is supposed to see this is executed.
It's the oversight.
It is executed, but as here we are in a quagmire. Basically, as a body, and of course, the other people who are pseudomoners, for lack of better word, and you find that they are collecting money. They are collecting money for activities that is supposed to be actually executed by the parent association, and they take the money for themselves, for keeps. They go for the conferences. They invite the president and they make it political so that even the president and the vice president had come so to intimidate other people. But what I'm saying is that if what you said, I'm supporting you actually. If that money has been shared, as Mheshimiwa has been said, for all the activities, and the key and pivotal activities are those ones that are supposed to be carried by the parent, because the parent are supposed to oversee for their children, because the ones they are parent. Some of the MPs might have been parent, but might be grandfathers. They might not be having children in school. But what I'm saying, as a parent who have
grandchildren in school,
as a parent who has a Nava generation, I should be very eloquent that we are being disowned by our own people and by our parliamentarians, because an act is supposed to be implemented. Imagine an association without funding, an association that Treasury doesn't give a single cent. How would you say that we are going to oversee education in this country?
But let me ask this. So we are the parents. All of us here are parents.
Yeah.
I think without fair, using, let me say, we are the key stakeholders. You see, education. Parents are the key stakeholders. If parents decide today in Kenya, I want home learning for my child, so where will a teacher go? Because the home learning nowadays, we have different innovations that they will use. They will even go on Zoom and say, now my child will be learning with a class in London. What will the teacher do? So teacher must know the first person you must take care of is the parent who brings you the child. Because he or she is key for you to have that child in school and to call it a school. So why I'm saying that is that as all your PTAs, you must just go to every school and put in and just say, look, we shall be, these are our activities. We shall be doing this per region, per whatever. And but
the
more importantly,
be more proactive. You see the way we're saying everybody should do their job.
Yeah.
If you're in the Parents Association, do your job, Maina.
Yeah.
In Parliament,
I have to do my job.
Right.
So in Parliament, I will go, and ask the Education Committee, why is it the Quality Assurance Council has not been established ever since 2013 when the Act was passed? What is the issue?
Yes.
And then number two, we have to ask ourselves also, because this is where we sometimes, you see all these things we create, there's committee of this, that's how we refuse to do work. Because we throw the game ball, oh, it was your committee, oh, it was this committee. Those are some of the things are putting...
We've got to end there.
Yeah, we find ourselves missing the ball because everyone is blame gaming the other. They have known there's a loophole. See, when you have 10 committees, you'll have a loophole. Even you in your office, when you are doing all these departments, you have to make sure your circle where you are delivering can come to the end without having loopholes.
Too many mouths and you can shut none. But
Exactly.
Beatrice Alachi, Member of Parliament, Dagoretti North, and Dr. Maina Wagaiduru, Secretary General of the Parents Association, Kiambu County. Thank you very much for joining us. It's 9:01. In the next hour, we talk about disaster preparedness in our schools. Keep it here.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the news. I'm Lea Umaga. Athlete Rebecca Cheptegei's ex-lover Dixon Ndiema has died at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. The hospital confirmed that Ndiema died last night at the ICU where he had been admitted. He died a few days after Cheptegei passed on at the same hospital. Ndiema attacked Cheptegei at home in Trans Nzoia, where he doused her with petrol and set her on fire, which also injured him. Cheptegei sustained more than 80% burns, while Ndiema sustained over 30% burns. Cheptegei will be buried on Saturday in Uganda as in a military burial. A second Shakahola cult suspect has died in Mombasa hospital while undergoing treatment after a short illness. The public prosecutor said the suspect, identified as Edison Safari, was among 95 accused persons charged with 283 counts of manslaughter. Safari is the second accused person to die in custody after Mary Charumbita, who died at the Coast Teaching and Referral Hospital. Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions, Jami Maina, notified Mombasa Chief Magistrate Alex Ithuku of the demise of the suspect while asking that the case proceeds while the court awaits an official confirmation document. Paul Mackenzie and his 94 other co-accused, who are 40 women and 55 men, are linked to 429 deaths of people who died in Shakahola from starvation. The court had adjourned the hearing until September 30th, with further proceedings scheduled from October 1st to 3rd and another one from October 28th to 31st. The Supreme Court will today hear an appeal by the government challenging the Court of Appeal decision that declared the 2023 Finance Act unconstitutional. The government, through the National Treasury, lodged the appeal after Court of Appeal judges Kathurima Minoti, Agnes Murgor and John Mativo declared the law unconstitutional. The judges found various sections introduced post-public participation to amend the Income Tax Act, Value Added Tax Act, Excise Duty Act, Retirement Benefits Act and Export Processing Zones Act were unconstitutional as they were not subjected to fresh public participation. The declaration threatened to deny the National Treasury more revenue barely months after the government lost a provisional 346 billion shillings after month-long countrywide protests led to the rejection of the Finance Bill 2024 in July. And moving on, former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris were ready to meet in person for the first time at tonight's presidential debate. After President Joe Biden decided to drop out of the race, Trump said on social media that he had terminated plans with ABC and reached an agreement with Fox News on a debate against Harris that would have been held on Wednesday last week. Harris, meanwhile, said that she was sticking to the initial ABC debate set for tonight. The Trump-Harris presidential debate will air live on ABC, which is hosting the event, Fox, NBC and CBS. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Have a blessed one.
All right, what are we looking at now? Traffic in the city this morning, still pretty heavy in some parts. As you come off the Thika Superhighway, still continues right at Survey. Coming off Magadi Road, going towards Langata Road, still busy. Uhuru Highway now is taking in all of that as you get towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout and then into the CBD. And on Limuru Road, coming in through Muthaiga, Lower Kabete, everybody's meeting at this point, and so it's moving kind of slow. We're still in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we come out of it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Yes, indeed it is. And thank you very much for keeping it locked right here on SpiceFM, on KTN, on YouTube, and Facebook, and everywhere else, including X, Instagram, TikTok, Radio Garden, Kila Mahali. These conversations will continue, in terms of our education sector, because we have to keep asking those questions and seeking answers and seeing what the solutions would be like and where they'd come from, right?
Absolutely.
Where the solutions come from. We have to find a way of basically just getting answers to all these questions. And that's why we are continuing our conversation in the next hour. It will still be about, schools and looking at the disaster preparedness and management in schools. We know that there is a law in place, there is quality assurance in place, there is a matter of looking at whether schools are actually well equipped to deal with disasters and what happens in terms of disasters in their schools, which is why our next conversation is going to be about, now, are schools actually prepared to handle disasters? Is there such a thing? Do we have a policy in place? Do we have it in practice in our schools? Do we have it clearly outlined and articulated that this is what happens in the event of a disaster? This is who is in charge of disaster preparedness in this institution. We've invited Njokimu Arumba. She is the academic lead for disaster management executive program at the Strathmore University Business School. Njoki, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Very well. Couldn't be better. Good to be here.
Very good. Good to have you here. Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Asante sana.
First thing to welcome you is Citi, giving you the day's proverb. This week, the proverbs are from one country that's somewhere at the Horn of Africa.
Yes.
And what else?
It has the largest coastline. Yes.
Largest coastline in Africa.
Yes.
In the entire African continent.
But mainland. Because we have countries that are island nations. Those are a different story. Yes.
You'd have a large one.
Yeah, definitely.
Joki, can you guess what country this is?
Somalia, is it? No?
She's spot on.
You got it.
Excellent.
Just like that.
Excellent.
Yes.
And I like how you've distinguished that island states should not fall in the
No,
measure.
they can't. No, they don't sit for this particular exam. Yes.
Yeah.
They'll be
those are in the different class.
They're in a different class. Yes.
I've passed.
Now, listen to the proverb.
All right.
And then you'll give us your interpretation of it.
A mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up.
A mouth that doesn't belong to you cannot be shut up.
True.
What do you think the Somalis are saying?
Actually, it's more than just the Somalis that are saying it's actually a global phenomenon, and I can connect it to my field, which is disaster management, which is we have a concept of command and control, right? Where you think the approach is that you can command and control what people see, what people think, how they process information, how they respond. But we know that just like you cannot control a mouth that doesn't belong to you, then you seriously cannot control the way people think in disasters or respond. You cannot control that, and an approach to try and do that always ends up being problematic. And there's a context to that. But
quite interesting.
Yeah.
What's the context to that?
The context to that is that historically, when you look at from disaster science, right? When you look at how people have tried to respond and control nature, for example, or tried to control how people respond in disasters, there has always been failure. It has not worked. When we have not worked with the indigenous natural systems of life and tried to rock those systems or challenge them or force them to go a certain way, or when in the very unfortunate case, of course, where we've had the recent fires with the schools, which is, I know, has been the topic of conversation, part of what is a dimension that really needs to be addressed is the ways in which we are trying to force command and control in a situation where a more cohesive, collaborative process needs to happen. And that can also be expounded a little further.
How does that work? I mean, so if you don't have command and control in the event of a disaster, I mean, first of all, what does command and control mean? That you have a head that is sort of like giving guidance and directions. This is how we are responding to this particular disaster. And you're saying that will not work.
Yes.
So what would work?
So
This
what I'm saying
collaborative
is
thing.
that will not work all the time.
Okay.
I'm also saying that you're right. It will work during the response phase. And that's where we have a major challenge, is that in our work with disasters, our focus is during the response phase, which is only one of essentially four, right? There's the mitigation and preparedness, then there's the response, which gets the most attention, and that's why we are here, and then there's the recovery phase. So during recovery, then command and control is certainly, leveraged, but it can only be leveraged to the degree that the recovery process that follows or the mitigation and preparedness has also been developed over time. So that, for example, when it comes to trust issues or knowing the community that you're working with, right, they already trust you and therefore can follow you, right? So as a leader, if you don't have that basis, it's going to become problematic.
It's a chain.
Let me tell you, it's
one
an
of those
ecosystem.
in that is not working, then
It's interconnected systems, and then a weak chain or an unexisting one attempt command and control, and it becomes very problematic.
Okay, so I mean, let's, as difficult as it is, let's look at the nature of disasters here, and then, because you talk about command and control, and it would appear as though those two elements in most cases are missing. And one would also assume that command and control is only present while the disaster itself is happening and is not applied to response and recovery. So let's look at that. Mitigation and preparedness, what exactly do we mean? And of course, all of this is in reference to what we've seen in the last couple of days. And even in months, what did we see with the fires that took place just here in Embakasi, the explosion? But then let's look at schools. Let's look at schools right now, because that's where the fire is burning, literally. So when we talk about mitigation and preparedness, what exactly does that mean?
Great question. I'm a teacher, right? So I really do have to, I really need to be sure and be concise about this. So, like I said, part of the largest problem that we have is that we really disaggregate and deal with disasters when they're in front of us on TV, on the radio, like we're doing. And then after that, this window of opportunity to discuss it, to do something about it, goes off, right? So the further you are from the proximate, event, the more you forget. So that's a given. That's what happens, very unfortunately, right? So mitigation is actually when you do the hard work. It's a process, right, of sitting down to do two key things, categories, right? There's the structural and the non-structural mitigation, right? So when you look at structural mitigation, you're talking, in the case of schools, for example, you're talking about the things that we are obviously seeing in the papers, right? Proximity of beds to one another, the use of burglar proofing, the locking of doors, right? The kind of flammable materials that are existent in the schools and in our homes as well. But we're talking about schools right now, right? Structurally. Structurally, we are also looking to see where are these schools located. Okay, are they in an area, for example, if it's in a forested area or in a place where access by, responding agencies is limited, what does that look like structurally? And then that also has an assumption that there's responding agencies. One thing that, really breaks my heart in this case in Endarasha is that there hasn't even been, when you read the papers, there isn't even talk about the fire brigade came or the that people were put on ambulances. I haven't seen that. There wasn't that expectation. But when you look at the documents in place, we have response times in rural areas in Kenya are supposed to be at 45 minutes. For example, is there a picture? Is there evidence anywhere that actually happened? So those are the structural things. Do we have a responding agency, right, that has water, has fire engines, right, has roads, access roads? Those are the structural mitigation components relevant to schools in this case.
Do they actually take place? I'm sorry to interrupt, because I need to understand if there's an understanding across board. I got to think of an architect. When an architect is putting up a design and says, okay, if we're going to achieve natural light, it needs to be here.
Yes.
If we're going to achieve cross circulation, then it needs to be in this way. When schools, for example, are being constructed, built, are these things taken into consideration? That should a disaster happen, do we have access roads? Is it in close proximity to ABC? Is that architecture taken into consideration?
Let me tell you, as a teacher, I know that on paper that exists, right? Okay. On paper that exists. It's there. And there's no lack of thought. And whether it's in school or just indigenous knowledge or common sense, we know to think about these things. We have it in us to think about it. The question obviously is always about enforcement, right? If you're not going to hold me accountable for the level of concrete I use, right, or the quality, then let's not question. Let's not question that the buildings are pancaking, right? And let's also understand that these are not natural disasters. By no means. There's no such thing as a natural disaster. We as human beings are actively involved in creating conditions where we are ending up in disasters. And then if I may finish the non-structural component of mitigation, we have to look at the non-structural components such as policies, such as laws. Kenya today does not have in law written, signed, a disaster risk reduction document at all. It has existed as a draft, right? And more recently, the 2017 bill remains unsigned. So how do you hold people accountable for anything? How do you build capacity?
Just tell us a little bit. What is this bill that would cover this area of discussion?
It's the National Disaster Risk Reduction Bill. And right now it's at 2017 is when it was last, tabled, right? And it actually had some strong sponsorship, but it failed to pass right before the last elections. And that is a document which at a national level would provide us, a cohesive point of reference, right? Where we can look at allocation of funding, for example. We can look at capacity building. We can look at accountability. Those parents can have at least a guiding document to go back to see, hey, wait a minute,
were
right?
These things in place?
Yeah, were these things in place and were they enacted or not? But right now, it's a bit...
Before you go to the next, because I know you said there are 4 stages, in disaster management. So we are still at mitigation.
Oh, for sure.
Structural, non-structural. It always baffles me because the question of, disaster management policy and disaster management laws has been discussed and it always dies in Parliament. Always. We don't have a disaster management authority. We don't have, policies in place. We don't have that law in place. And I ask myself always, why? Do you have any sense of understanding why this does not happen? Why have we not been able to enact these things?
There's a lot of complexities to it. First and foremost, I have to admit, as a professional in the field, that the document as it stands right now, really, you can see that there has been work that has gone into it. But for a current day document, 2024, it is really lacking in some
outdated.
Archaic.
Okay.
It is outdated in some very critical matters, right? And thankfully there has recently been a call for public participation, and a team of people and myself that work together have submitted that once again. Hopefully, it gets some kind of review. But I think your question is as to why. Really, disaster management globally is an issue. It's very thorny, right? Because you're talking about people when they are at their on their worst
most
day.
vulnerable.
Yeah, at their most vulnerable. And when you look at coming back to mitigation, what really works in disaster management, because we cannot prevent all disasters, but we can, reduce the impact of so many of them. It's not a topic that is very popular with the politicians, because when you're talking about investing in a project that they cannot show as a shiny object within their term limited, 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, it becomes problematic. They want something that they can show very quickly. But when you're telling them to really invest in the, structural development, right? When you're telling people to invest in mitigation, which actually, if you invest in mitigation, right, the economic value of it roughly calculates to, and I'll use the dollar, is for every dollar you spend in mitigation, you save up to 13 in response, as we are right now. But that's the kind of thinking. It's almost like getting people to buy insurance, right? It's that kind of thing, right? And then there's also the concern about the funding, because we know that in the last allocation we had at least 45 billion shillings allocated to disaster risk reduction, right? And so when you follow through to see where that money is and where it has gone, a lot of it, unfortunately, has remained underutilized at the county level, which some of it could be used in, making our infrastructure, schools included, more robust. And then not only is it underutilized, as we all know, there's the money that is really seeming unaccountable. It cannot be traced, some of it. But then also you do have some counties, depending on capacity. So there's an issue of capacity that are able to really get this funding in some of the right places that it needs to be.
Okay. Mitigation. Next stage?
Next stage is preparedness. And even as I go through these stages, I need us to understand they do not exist like, in little cubicles where they're not interconnected. You're only as good as in the next stage as you were in the previous ones, right? It's an ecosystem. It's interlinked. So mitigation is the long-term strategic thinking, right? And testing and back and forth. And then the preparedness is knowing, for example, that rainy seasons are coming. We know, the science tells us what the rainy seasons are going to look like in this country, anywhere, right? And I'm just using one hazard as an example. And I say hazard, not disaster, because just because it rains doesn't mean we have to have flooding. Right? Doesn't mean we have to again expect that we're going to and lives are lost and people's cars are damaged. That doesn't have to be the case. So what happens in preparedness is that now you operationalize what it is you have been working on in your mitigation, whether it's time to dust up the documents for preparedness, whether it's time to start allocating funds and having them on standby, whether it's time to pre-stage because the rainy season is coming. Like I said, just because it rains doesn't mean it has to flood, right? Or just because we don't have rain doesn't mean we have to have a drought. The science supports that knowledge. So now it's a coming together. Again, it's not just what the government does, it's also what we do, right? There's an individual preparedness component to this as well, right? So what do I need to do about my home if there's a chance that, it could get flooded? Because we can't, all disasters are not, controllable. Like we cannot absolutely
Give an example in the context of schools and school fires and school disasters. Preparedness. What would that look like?
Preparedness in this case would look like this. Reading articles about, X number of schools actually have fire extinguishers, right? Okay, who can use one?
Who knows where to pull the pin?
Who can use one? All right, so we go and check mark. We we do our drills. There's a beautiful poster over there that says this is the meeting point.
Fire assembly point.
Blows my mind. There's a bucket with sand.
At the center of the fire assembly point.
How have we taken that next step, right? To actually work with our students. And I know every student is not going to be able to pull the pin. They're expensive, those things, right? But what about if you show them exactly how to do it? Do they know where to point the extinguisher
the nozzle
at? Do they know that? Do you know that, right? Even in your own homes, do you know that, right? Preparedness also looks like, I really would like to honor someone like Chief Kariuki, the late Chief Kariuki, right? The tweeting chief from Lanet, who knew some of the very local resources available, so that even if it wasn't a fire, he would tweet and say, hey, kuna moto kwa mama flani, there's a fire at so-and-so's house, tafadhali endeni na blanketi, or someone has been attacked by bees. So figuring out what you have, the resources that you have, and how you can leverage that. So whether it's the matron being aware, don't lock the doors from the outside, don't lock the doors from the outside, things like those. That is what preparedness is, or the materials, the materials that are being used in the schools, trying to have some sense of control. But it's a very complex situation.
So who should be in charge of this, of preparedness? Is it the school principal? Is it?
It's us, all of us, right? Here's why I say that. Disasters are a reflection of our society. Disasters, in this case, a fire like this one is an indictment on us as a whole, right? Because we know very well, and if we didn't know, the Bombolulus of this world, of this country, and the prior events have taught us. We know we've had committees, that have done all these reviews. So there are so many points of failure, right? That honestly, trying to allocate blame, which is understood because of the pain of this event, happens. But then there's too many of us that are culpable in this case. There's too many of us that are culpable in this case, right? It's not just whether there was a matron or not. It's not, the students themselves for whatever reason. It's not the parents for taking their students to a boarding school, because this is never a binary issue. It's not about whether we should go to boarding schools or not, right? It's a complex ecosystem approach that is possible to, if you eat it bite size,
But talking about disasters in schools, huh? The disaster that we refer to in schools is when a building has collapsed, or it has been raised down. What has been most alarming is that those fires were caused by arsonists, and the arsonists in many of these cases, beginning with Changuli, were students. Reasons were given as to why. The question that I find interesting is, why had we not had fires before the year 2001?
Yeah.
Why did we have a period when we now started having fires? Schools had existed long before then. Before we got to the 21st century, we didn't have those fires. What happened?
Great question, because from us as a social scientist, we come back to having to look at what changed in those years you're talking about, right? We have to look at the students that we have. We have to look at the students. We have to look at the parents, right? We have to look at the country that they live in. And what is it that is causing them to think that the only option to get seen or heard or to express themselves, right? If they are as you said, they're the arsonists, right? What is it that is causing them to do that, right? And when you consider that and don't don't look at the students and again, just blame the students for it. They are responsible, yes, but there's a reason why this is happening. So when you dig down and to see why are they doing this, then we have a better understanding. What is it about their ecosystem that has changed? And that includes us as parents, right? Or the schools, or the larger environment. What is it about that has also changed? Because you're right. I went to school here for myself. I went to boarding school, but we couldn't even think about that. So what is that? What is that cause? So I might not have the complete answers. I have some guesses here and there, but then educated guesses.
But consider, because there are schools where the target was the library.
Okay.
Then there are schools where the target was the dormitory, where their own schoolmates were sleeping. There have been attempts at burning maybe a headmaster's house here and there. Some of them were not that successful. But The burning didn't take place because the students had a match. No. They had fuel.
Yes.
Something with which they could ignite. So
yes.
This is a boarding school. Students are only supposed to be out on weekend regulated times. So how does a student get hold of a jerrycan full of fuel and come into the school with it?
I love the use of fuel. There are multiple fuels.
Yes.
There's more than the one physical fuel that we see in a jerrycan.
Yes.
These students are coming to school with different kinds of fuels.
Yes.
Right? These students are coming to school and experiencing different kinds of fuels as well. Right? And therefore they think that this is an option. They think this is an option. Okay? Where maybe there's a pressure. There's a pressure from the home to perform in a certain way. There's dissonant. There's a lot of dissonance too that they're seeing, where it could be that you're pushing them to this education. I remember, mwisho wa masomo utapata kazi nzuri sana, sio? At the end of learning and education, you're going to, but then their real experience, they can see what's happening. They exist in this society. So coming back to us trying to understand why they are doing this, we need to really look at, what do they have? What's their hope? What is it? Why are they reacting like that? Because, throwing students in jail might not necessarily serve to address the root cause.
I have a theory. Prior to that period in time, if we go back to an earlier time, educators, teachers were perhaps some of the most respected and revered people in communities. And people who taught went into teaching more as a calling than as just a career option. Then we had a period when you were selected to be a teacher when you couldn't get what it is that you had wanted to get. So there is a whole generation of people. Some wanted to teach, like myself. Others were there because they didn't have an option.
True.
So students taught by people who don't want to be there will be taught in a certain way.
Correct.
Give these students a full cycle where they also get to university and then become teachers using the same system.
Precisely.
The very people who are supposed to help the administration in ensuring that the school is safe and is run well may be the very people who are influencing students to not only be dissidents but to be destructive.
True. That's a possibility. That's one possibility, right? That is one possibility.
Because it is very difficult to understand how a school where people are cohesive and people get along, students coming from families, they haven't burnt their homes. There's no history of them doing anything wherever it is they come from. They come to a school. Where on earth would they get these ideas? And this isn't 20 students. The numbers we often hear are not even more than 5 or 6.
It's always about the core group, right? It's always about the core group.
But think about it. Somebody plans, these people plan, think, get something that they know is inflammable. Think this entire process, step by step by step by step. Those dorms are supposed to have teachers who supervise them.
True.
They're supposed
That's
to have
a point of
prefects
failure.
Yes, they are supposed to have students, prefects who are supposed to oversee these things. There's supposed to be inspections to determine what it is that you have. There are all these safety measures. And we are saying that all these things
failed.
Yes.
Failed. Yes. And then we are also adding to that we cannot start looking at this problem at the point of inflammation.
No.
We cannot.
No.
We
That's a
cannot.
consequence.
Because then what you're doing is you are going back to just dealing with response. Right?
Yes.
When we need to look at them, what's going on? What's in their minds? What do they need? Right? And then also the possibility that it might not, all the schools have not been burnt by students. Right? So what do those investigations tell us?
Question that you would ask is, have there been attempts that were thwarted and we do not know about
Thank you. Thank you. That's in disaster management, that's called near misses.
Yes.
When we also have to study near misses, because when you look at near misses, you see what worked. But if we are not looking at those that you so well put out, if we are not looking at those near misses to understand why is it that this did not happen in such and such a place, what was that point? If we are not aggregating that data to understand what's working, then we're walking blind.
And then there are students who by their very nature are maladjusted. In every school, if you ask people who went to school, that fellow was a little off. they were not quite. They had sociopathic tendencies. They are known. They are people who are likely to do something quite bizarre. That is their leaning.
Absolutely.
And people who are trained to teach will be able to know and understand. This one requires a little more attention.
How to handle them.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So you know.
So, isn't that the story of society? In every society, even amongst us here, you never know. There could be this one person that is so way off, right? But what does way off mean and what does it need, right? So we are not without the knowledge or the resources to have people that can address those students. In those settings, the resources are there.
Time for a break. It's 22 minutes to 10. Joaquim Orumba is an academic lead for Disaster Management Executive Program at the Strathmore University Business School. We are talking about disasters in schools. What is it that we need to be thinking of throughout? And she's telling us, okay, there are 4 stages in disaster management, taking us through 2, mitigation, preparedness. You'll take us through the other 2. And looking at, particularly in the case of schools, what is it that we should be looking at and thinking about? We'll be back shortly. Keep it here.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Dad, the bride is here. It's time for the ceremony. I can't. What? My back is hurting. I can't even walk properly. But the ceremony is supposed to start soon. Wait, I have something that will help you. Here, take this. Panadol Extra? Yes, that's Panadol Extra with Optizorb. It is absorbed fast and effective for pain relief.
Introducing Panadol Extra with Optizorb. Panadol Extra now with new Optizorb technology to fight multiple tough pains. With 3 times more pain-relieving medicine in the first 30 minutes when you need it most.
I now pronounce you husband and wife.
If symptoms persist, seek medical advice.
A special report.
Good morning, kid. Leo, to pay our listeners some game. Imagine kuwa na a reliable squad all through your day.
Squad unaweza count on, maze.
Uta enjoy all things finance and fun. Talk of transacting seamlessly. Plus, unaweza link other bank cards kwa app. Ulipe bills easily na uweke standing orders, eh?
Ku access loans za kugrow life yako nayo. It's just one time.
Squad sasa ni loop. Loops here to suit your lifestyle.
No matter what your financial or lifestyle need is, the Loop Squad will be there by your side to sort you out. Download Loop today.
It's not just an app, it's a lifestyle. Why wait? Loop it. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
All right, so what are we looking at? Traffic coming towards the end of traffic hour this morning. It's still a bit heavy coming out of Survey and then through towards the CBD. On Uhuru Highway, everybody's feeding into that now with the traffic that's come off Langata Road, that's come off Landis and then through towards Lusaka and then into the CBD. It's still busy right around Muthaiga on Limuru Road, as well as few parts of Langata Road. So watching out for that coming to the end of traffic hour through the morning. Keep talking to us as we keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Let's introduce you to Loop. You've heard of Loop, Ndu?
I have.
City, have you?
Loop.
Yeah.
Not Roop.
Not Roop. Loop.
The other
Jockey,
one.
have you heard of Loop?
I haven't.
I will tell you about it. It's the lifestyle app that brings together the best of mobile money and banking worlds through a simple platform that delivers payment, credit and saving services while at the same time offering personalized journeys and deals to complete your interests and needs. It's a lot more.
So life is like a loop, isn't it? Everything that you need to do, and that's brought to you by NCBA. You can imagine everything that you do, you want it to be convenient, right? You don't want to have to go far to make this payment. You don't want to have to go far to look for this other thing. It's a way of life that empowers you with the necessary tools to make sure that all your solutions are made effortlessly. So welcome to the world of Loop. It's the one-stop shop lifestyle app which enables you to manage all your bank and mobile money accounts on one app, transfer money from your account, pay your utility bills and set up standing orders. You can get access to loans and overdraft facilities and discover many, many more things. So you can imagine an overdraft of 100,000 shillings, a personal loan of 3 million shillings, and you can do all of that from the comfort password of your loop.
Yeah, you no longer have to say, let me go to the bank. Oh my God, I'm so late in going to the bank. You have loop. You do everything there at the comfort of wherever you are, right? Whether it's class, whether it's out in the field, or whether it's at home, wherever you are. Okay? So our conversation continues about disaster management in schools.
Right, so we're at the point whereby we're going towards response. And it's one of the 4 that you mentioned. At the time, where, I just imagine on Friday where everything was going crazy, early in the morning, you don't know who's in there, you don't know if the fire is still burning. What are you actually supposed to do? But I want to go before that just a little bit. When you talk about documentation and procedure and policy that is in place, for example, do you think in your mind that all schools that have dorm facilities, boarding facilities, are aware that there's standard procedure that you should only have so many beds in a room, or that a particular kind of mattress that you should be using, or that when you're saying you bring your own mattress to school, we want it to be like this, or are we saying don't store plastic, like you have the buckets or whatever, don't store them in the room because these are natural flammables? Do you think that there's a knowledge or awareness across board of some of these things? Because that's some of the things that you teach, to say that there's certain things that should be nowhere near a living facility because we're trying to do that thing where we don't say that it won't happen, but we're saying in the event that it should happen, we are trying to be prepared and reduce the severity of damage. Do you think such things exist even as we look at response?
This some things exist and then some things we assume exist and they don't, right? Because just because something is a policy, just because something has been put out by the Ministry of Education or even the national government as such, that doesn't mean it's being implemented, right? We know that. We know that, right? So the question becomes, why is it not being implemented? Okay? So if, for example, the board of governors or a school principal has a level of autonomy, right, and bravado or whatever it is, impunity, right, with which they can make decisions and not be held accountable, then I can see where there's going to be, a disregard, total disregard for those directions, even if they know it, that they're supposed to. And then there's a very common assumption that people have that, it can happen here. How? We have this, we have that. So people focus on, but we have this, we have very strong boys, we have, that can do this, or we have. But then what you don't understand is that is really not your area of expertise. So, you're better off, dealing with having protected or tried to follow the protocol and not having worked for it, not maybe having worked in those rare incidences, than not, the kind of situation where we are seeing here. So it's a very common occurrence, right, where people just disregard it. And like I said, it's a reflection of society. If someone knows that they can get away with it, if people can have looked at the history and they have seen that such and such a person was accused of something similar and they got away with it. Now, the pain here is that we're dealing with parents who have lost their children that they took to school barely 2 weeks ago, right? So people do not make that connection, is understanding the implications that there are of the decisions that are being made. And then there's also the financial component. People sometimes are doing the math in their head. If I can get this bed, I can get a bed in here this way, that way,
I can have more
right?
students.
Or I can build a house over here in the middle or on top of this, but you're not. When I go to places, sometimes I just get nervous just looking at access, simple things like access. So unfortunately, people sometimes are really motivated by the money, right? And then we ourselves as parents want to take all our children to this one school because this one school performs in such and such a way. So if I come with a note from somebody who's deemed really important in this society, and there's going to be pressure if I don't take this student. Like I said earlier, my mother was a principal, right? And so when we knew we had December visitors, right, who came to see us in our home with letters from such and such, or who are friends of friends 10 times removed, right? And they were coming to talk to my mother so that during selection time in January, a couple of this, that, or the other can happen, right? We knew that growing up. So these are the pressures that the principals live with daily, right? So it could have been that, my mom got pressure at the house from friends, right? Or people from church. But what about the pressures I didn't see, which is the letters from maybe people who are in her, so what do? You just tell them, okay, I'll accept them if you bring a bed. Where do you put that bed?
The question that I want to ask, and you laid it out well. Why is it that there were not more schools doing well?
Why is it that there were not more schools
doing well? Because if there are only a few, the pressure will be unsurmountable. Because having been a teacher, I knew of headmasters who were headmasters of these popular schools. There was a class they set aside for those requests.
Precisely.
Meaning those who qualify and go through a system of qualifying, you regular. Then one class. When you come with those requests, that is where you end up. Now, because this is one of the advantages of being old, you get to have lived a little longer than many people, so you get to see. But I was a teacher. You then realize that these so-called good schools had an advantage over the other schools.
Precisely.
It wasn't visible at first, but part of it was the alumni, the interest they took in their school. 2, the age of the school and people who had been in that school, the alumni, some were in government, some who were. So that school tended to get, those schools rather, preferential treatment in terms of school, the students that they want, in terms
even
of
the
teachers,
the resources,
the
school head
head,
that is
the head,
posted.
precisely.
Yes.
Standards had to be maintained. Okay. Now, other schools would come up and would also be good. The constant in any of these schools, if you look at the educators, the teachers who are there, was the levels of commitment that you saw with the teachers. In the schools that do well, that is usually a constant, whether it's a private school or whether it's a public school. Now, what is it that made these teachers that committed? Because there was no joking about it.
Okay.
All right? And the students knew that this is a place where you take your studies seriously.
Correct. So...
And many of these schools that I speak of, you've never heard of a fire.
True.
Never.
So I know not to respond to a question with a question, but there's a question here.
Usually that's the best way to respond to a question.
What comes first? A teacher who comes into the institution committed, or a teacher who comes into the institution and realizes here, these are the standards, you do not play. Okay? So then the other question becomes, why do we have this steered system that's so consistently colonial? Right? Why do we have this system in the first place? Why have we not worked at that macro level, meso and micro level, to really make it to where it's about the quality of education across the board, and not similar, but equitably, right? So that if it's in the rural areas, right, that level of education is relevant for the students there. They understand, they're not being told that A is for apricot, right? They're being told A is something that is relevant to them. So why have we not contextualized education in that sense? And in doing so, you remove yourselves from the institution, the brick and mortar, or the place, the headmaster there, or the headmistress, or the principal there. It becomes about the thing. And the thing in this case is an education, a learning that is relevant and contemporary. And that makes sense to the person that is going to it. So the teachers come in also very aware. So when you look at our teacher development as well, when you look at our curriculum, okay, our curriculum.
Who creates the standards? Who creates that ecosystem that when you walk into, here, usually it's a head teacher, because there are institutions where you'll find there were standards, then they bring in a new head teacher and everything goes belly up.
Yes.
Head teacher. Very important.
Very, very similar to organizational culture. The organizational culture in this studio is dependent upon the leaders, right? So similarly, you will find that in different schools it is going to be that way. Yes, it is the head teacher, but that head teacher has someone above them. They know they are accountable, whether it is to the alumni who are calling that head teacher to really stay consistent, or whether it's the Ministry of Education or what have you. So there's multiple systems.
Let me talk as a former head teacher. Those people don't really matter. Not really. If you have an interest in actually ensuring that these students do well, you will surpass the expectations of the board,
For sure.
the Ministry of Education. You will, because you're focused on how do I ensure that this institution works and runs well and that the students do well. That's the focus. And it will show.
It will. It will.
And you can even turn around situations that previously people had assumed could not be turned around.
And you're going to have the resources to be able to operationalize that. If you do not have those resources, and that's why I'm talking about equity, not equality, equity. If you have those resources, then we're going to be able to protect those children that need to go to boarding, right, schools, from the catastrophic outcomes that we are having, because the resources are going to be within reach of the principal, the teachers, the matron, the watchmen, etc. down the line.
How to bring the conversation back to like schools and disaster management and response and preparedness now, right?
Yeah, preparedness.
Is there anywhere where people can get information? The people who are watching this and listening to this, and they have children in school and they have relatives in school, and they're thinking, okay, so how do I know whether that school is actually prepared for a disaster?
Engagement in the schools, right? And sometimes that it's so weird, because like we were saying here, sometimes people have already decided this child is going to this school by all means, right? So then it doesn't, the level of trust that you have that this child is going to be cared for is presumptive. It's very presumptive, right? So I did reach out to my mother yesterday to ask her, what she thought, and she said one of the things that has changed, she's no longer a principal, is that the level of parent engagement does need to be more valued and considered. But then the backslap to that is that the more some parents are involved, they're leaving their children in this school, they're seen as these activists, vichwangumus, and they don't know that what's going to happen to their students. So they kind of just get put in that box, which then continues to perpetuate the situations that we have, where parents know, right, whether they visit the school or not, they could talk to their students and find out their children. But then what are they going to do? So the level of advocacy. But once you understand what the threats are, like right now, parents are really going to call to question and want to know what's going on in the schools. And then, like I said, over time, it's going to seem like it's getting better. And, all the recommendations and lessons that we're supposed to learn that we never learn, right, will have kind of been put together and have dwindled, gone off. And then the next time, and we are together, we're talking about something similar, right? And this is a constant. And it's the battle that people that work in emergency management and disaster management have to deal with.
Should disaster be included in the curriculum somewhere?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
How?
From the time, I'll give an example, and I'll use another country, not as a judgment call. But in Japan, for example, where we know that earthquakes are the largest hazard, right? When you look at the systems in place, going back to mitigation, structural and non-structural, they are relevant to that country, relevant to the people in the rural areas that live in the mountains, that live in the urban. So they have actually disaggregated that, the practices. And what you see is that when it comes to the curriculum, children are taught, because earthquakes are the prominent disaster hazard, right? They are taught what to do in the event of one. But not only are they taught what to do, the other systems, remember it's an ecosystem, its interdependencies are also key, right? So when it comes to, Ndu was asking about the architecture. When you look at the architecture in that country, it's such that it's responsive to levels of earthquakes, right? So you have a coupling of not just one thing, the curriculum, or or because we have a disaster management office, you have it's a multiplicity, right? And in that convergence, then you have a better managed disaster. And that doesn't mean there's not going to be earthquakes in Japan where we hear about. They still exist, right? But even when they come, you can see that they used the ultimate information that they had, scientific knowledge, indigenous knowledge, the technology that is available, and the systems of learning too. The other reason I really like what you've talked about education is that you find that children have a way, once you teach children something and they understand it, right, they have a way of trying to influence their parents, and they might sometimes shame a parent, like, oh no, mama, you're not supposed to be doing this way, and you're like, this kid. But there's nothing, but then there's nothing you can do about that kid. That kid will insist, mama, your gas is almost running, or teacher said, or you need this, or you need this. So whether you want to hear it or not, you know that child knows something, and eventually that child might have a level of influence. At a minimum, that child knows, and that child also knows that this is the right thing, and you as a parent are choosing not to follow through with it, right? So there's that level. The syllabus question is key. We should be learning about it, and not just learning about, again, coming back to apricots, about hurricanes that are not relevant. What's the relevance? And typhoons. It's good to know about them generally, but when it comes to the actual delving into material, it should be what's relevant to River Nyando that floods, or whatever the threat is, at the time.
At a certain age, children will listen to their teachers and take in everything they are told vis-a-vis what the parents tell them. The parent will say this, the child will say, mommy, daddy, teacher said.
Teacher said, and that should be the name of the program. Teacher said. Teacher said.
Jackie, thank you very much for joining us today. We still have some 2 issues, but we'll invite you again.
Would love that.
Yeah, come and let's learn more about disaster management and preparedness and all those things, and mitigation measures.
Absolutely.
Because it's not just in schools. It happens. It happens at homes. It happens. Buildings collapse. So what do you do if a building is collapsing and you're inside, or you've been told that your building is collapsing and your children are there and you're not there? What happens? What do you do? We need to have regular conversations around this. So we'll invite you again.
Absolutely.
Joki Morumba is academic leader for Disaster Management Executive Program at Strathmore University Business School. And we thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, live on Spice, on KTN, on YouTube, on Facebook. We'll sort out Radio Garden. Yes, we understand that there's an issue with Radio Garden. But we'll be back tomorrow at 6 a.m. Have a lovely day. It's now 10 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Athlete Rebecca Cheptegei's ex-lover Dixon Diema has died at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in